Okay, let me pause that. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you guys for being here. Welcome to the Cocc Coalition 2023 virtual conference. My name is Cheyenne Smith, and I will be your moderator and host today. And let me just tell you guys, I am a friend of Cocc, okay? I will be around anytime they ask me to do anything, anytime they have any event, because I truly believe that Cocc Coalition is a community for us, by us, and I feel so welcome, so seen. I don't feel like I have to change myself or be anybody else when I'm with the Cocc Coalition family, and I hope that that is the same feeling you get even virtually today. Today, our theme is creating new possibilities and building new habits, embracing your fears and creating a life that you want. And I just need an amen in the chat. If one of those three of the okay, I'm seeing Chatina with I'm seeing the snaps. Okay. Listen, if one of those messages are for you, or if your body or your spirit or your soul is yearning to attach to one of these three things, and let me just say, you are in the right place, right? And before I go into a little bit more, let me tell you a little bit about my beloved Cocc. I take a little ownership, even though I'm not like on the board or the team, that I just love them so much. And so the mission of Cocc Coalition is to improve the quality of life for Black women through mental health and education, resources, programs, and services. Established in 2018, Cocc Coalition, lovingly called Cocc, is a social enterprise dedicated to curating holistic, safe, and empowering opportunities for women of the African diaspora to connect, grow, and thrive. Cocc grew from the demand created by the International Black and Beautiful Women's Brunch. I have been a part of those brunches, spoke at one of those brunches, and I am still connected to so many women that I met there. And it was established in 2015, but by the end of 2018, the Black and Beautiful Women's Brunch touched over 200 women across 6 cities, 4 states, and 2 countries. And because our attendees expressed a desire for a collective international network. Due to the growing success of the brunch and the expressed need of creating similar spaces for women, the organizers of the brunch co-founded Cocc to include the current programming that we're experiencing today and additional other events that they host. Cocc is now a mental health service organization serving women in California and beyond. And if you have the opportunity to get off mute, let's just clap it up for the Cocc team, because Black women and women in the African diaspora dedicated to us is such a truly safe space. And I am so thankful for the Cocc, just the Cocc family. And so again, I encourage you guys to stay active, stay in the chat, to be engaged, to meet and greet and connect over virtually, right? And just a few housekeeping. Make sure your audio settings in Zoom are muted, and you have and that you guys are just engaging in the chat, and that, you know, if you go off camera, go on camera, all of that, because we're family. Just like, it's like you're at home, but you're not. Well, you probably are at home, but we're all together. And so next, I'd like to invite Jacqueline, who's going to do a grounding activity. But for this activity, I would just like to pause and ask everyone to grab a pen and paper. If you don't have it on hand, I'll give you a quick minute to grab a pen and paper before I pass it over to Jacqueline, who's going to welcome us with the grounding activity, because I know I need it. I'm all hyped, I'm all excited, so I'm looking forward to a moment to pause before we really step into the day. And can I get maybe a shake of the hands or a thumbs up if everyone has their pen and paper? Okay, I'm seeing some thumbs. Okay, thank you. I love how I woke up one day and the emoji started moving on Zoom. I'm like, okay, I like that. So Jacqueline, I'll pass it over to you.
Good morning. If you can find it really quickly on your sound settings, change it to sound for musicians on. That'll allow you to hear the sounds without a choppy distortion. And my name's Jacqueline. Good morning. I'm the owner and founder of Be Present Sound Sanctuary. I provide stress solutions for your home and your soul. I'm here to just be present with you and share a little bit of sound healing, a little bit of relaxation. Is everybody good to go with their sound? We're all good? Okay, I'm gonna do a little test to see if you can hear me okay. Can everybody hear? It's okay. Okay, I want you to sit in your chair, move your hips a little bit, move your shoulders, wiggle out a little bit of this morning energy. Wiggle, wiggle. You can put your arms up, you can go to the side, rotate your ankles, wake it up a little bit. Now, when you feel comfortable, I want you to slowly drop your eyes. Close your eyes down gently. And then open them up. Now we're in our space. I want you to write on your paper something you want to release today. Something easy. Stress, perfectionism, just one word, a releasing word. When you have that word written or in your heart, I want you to breathe in and energetically let out that word. Ha! It's a large sigh. Breathe in and let out that word. Ha! Large sigh. Now I want you to write down what you want to receive today. Peace, clarity. And when you breathe in your nose or in your mouth today, breathe in that word. When you breathe out the word you don't want. So during our time together today at the conference, be aware of your breath. When you're breathing in, you breathe in what you want. When you're breathing out, you breathe in what you don't want. Now let's close our eyes one more time. Gently close your eyes. This is your sacred, safe space today with us here at the conference. I want you to congratulate yourself for showing up for you. You deserve this. This is your time. And this is just a space, a safe space for you to receive and accept all the new possibilities in your life coming. Let go of the things we no longer need. I want you to feel your feet on the ground. See if you can touch the ground with your feet. I want you to imagine yourself as a tree. Your body is the tree. Your feet and your legs are the roots. Imagine yourself going down deep, feeling your body, strength below, strength above. I want you to keep breathing nice and slowly during our time and during the conference. Keep your eyes gently closed, and I'll let you know when to open them. Keep breathing nice and deeply. Breathe in what you want. Breathe out what you don't want. want you to take a nice deep breath in your nose and out your mouth gently. I would like you to repeat a couple of phrases after me if you feel comfortable. I am safe in my body. I am worthy to receive. I am grateful for my health and happiness. I deserve to live my best life. When my cup is full of love, it overflows to my family and friends and community. With your eyes closed, bring your hands together and rub them. Make a little heat. Let's create some heat. And I want you to imagine all the possibilities in your life, all the good things that can come from conferences like this and being present. Bring it to your heart space. Hold all these beautiful possibilities: love, acceptance, opportunity. Bring it to your heart space. Imagine your dream life in your reach through your heart. Positive action. With your eyes closed, let's take another deep breath together. Breathe in and out. Breathing in what we want. Breathing out what we don't. Again, breathe in and out. If you feel comfortable, we'll do a collective Om, the sound of the universe. Breathe in. Om. Again, breathe in. Om. Last time. Om. Remember, this day is for you. This time is for you. You deserve all of the good things that are coming during this conference. You can gently open your eyes. Give yourself that gratitude for showing up for yourself today and just be here in the present moment. If you get distracted, you can turn your camera off really quick and just bring yourself back to the breath. Feel your breath. Feel all the good things coming in and things you don't want releasing. I'm so excited for you all joining us today, and I'm just excited to be around amazing Black women, and we're here to expand and grow. And you can find me at on Instagram at Be Present Sound Sanctuary. I offer women's retreats, in-home sound baths, public sound baths. This is just a little grounding exercise, a little sample, and I'm just thankful for Cocc for inviting me to share space with you all. And I'm really grateful for this time.
Jacqueline, I must admit, I have always been like skeptical of like sound baths or anything like that. I don't know. I just was like, what is that? Like, I wasn't 100% sure, but wow, you just convinced me. I literally, when I was like doing this moment, I was seeing myself like in the future. I kind of saw a sound bath in my future. I was like, I'm serious because I'm very visual. So I'm like, I have on all white, I have on browns and woods, and I'm there. Thank you so much. That really touched me and really, I'm going to process this as I continue the day, but that was amazing. And I never knew that I could feel that and have that experience virtually. Thank you so much. And one of the lessons that I got out of that was if you want something from it, you have to be committed to it. Like if I opened my eyes or if I went and did something else or I came back, I wouldn't have had the same experience. Thank you so much. Thank
Thank
you. Wow.
you.
That
Thank
calmed
you
me
for being
off like
open.
now. I was like, welcome everybody. Now I'm like, here we are. Welcome into the space. My name is Cheyenne. I am so grateful to introduce the first panel. And I feel like it's a great transition. Our first panel discussion is going to be on healthy relationships. I can talk all day myself personally about the journey that God has put me through people. I'm the oldest of 7 girls. And so the relationships that I found through my sisters helped me in life. But we're going to have some amazing panelists who dig even deeper. And so let me introduce them. The first person I love to introduce is Chatina Guadalupe. Just wave your hand. I see you. I met you with the snaps earlier. Chatina is a licensed marriage and family therapist, consultant, and the creator of Always Live Lovely. Chatina provides support to the community through her mental health services, where she offers individual therapy, mental health consultations, music, a podcast, and more. She is passionate about breaking the stigma and equipping you with tools for a deeper understanding leading to healing. In her spare time, Chatina loves to seek new experiences, be creative, and sit in stillness. Thank you for being here. Next, I'd like to introduce Jasmine Smith. Jasmine is an LA native that loves to have fun and spend time with her family. Professionally, she is a licensed clinical social worker and doctor of social work candidate, focusing on the health and the well-being of Black women and young girls. She is an expert in trauma and its impact on the person as a whole and their relationships. Jasmine is the CEO of Blossoming Souls Therapy and founder of Be Well, a nonprofit organization, and is dedicated to creating a brave space for healing and clients to be their authentic selves as well as reclaim their power. As a survivor of and advocate for intimate partner violence, Jasmine understands the importance of healing in a space that is empowering and centers the voice of Black women. Thank you, Jasmine, for being here. And next, we have Tiffany Wright. Tiffany is a licensed clinical social worker, psychotherapist, author, speaker, and wellness consultant. Her clinical work focuses on trauma, grief, esteem relationships, self-esteem, relationships, and eating disorders. Tiffany is the author of several books, including The 5 Commandments of Self-Love. No shameless plug, but I have it. You'll love it if you grab it. She is the founder of the empowerment platform, The Be Life, which promotes empowerment and wellness through books, consulting, and media. She is the owner of Be Infinite Therapy, psychotherapy practice, as well as a host of the podcast series, The Shift is Real. Tiffany is a co-founder and executive director of the nonprofit organization Cocc Coalition Incorporated. And outside of purpose-driven work, Tiffany is an outdoor enthusiast who has a love for visiting national parks, hiking, and being outside. She's an avid traveler who loves journaling, painting, food with community, and doing any intentional joy, cultivating or spirit restoring activities. Can we just give a virtual round of applause for these amazing women, credentialed, open? I am ready for this conversation. And I'll open it up, this first one up, because I think this is very important, because we talk about healthy relationships, but everybody defines that differently. So I'd first like to start, and whichever you guys are led to speak first, what are the characteristics of a healthy relationship?
I'll go ahead and start. Thanks, Shy, again, for being in the space, for giving your heart and your passion. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And thank you again, Jackie, for opening up. Thank you again, everyone, for coming here with open mind and heart. So some characteristics of healthy relationships. A safe body, meaning like your body feels safe. What we don't realize is that our nervous system reacts to the most tiniest stressors in our environment. And sometimes those stressors come from other people. And so if our body is reacting in a very uncomfortable way, to someone, like that is something very important to be mindful of. So I would say a safe body, the ability to be open, the ability to be vulnerable without judgment, right? Meaning, like, if you share something personal with someone, you don't have a sense of fear or shame around exposing that thing or expressing that thing. I would also say honesty is really important, and the ability to trust. I mean, vulnerability and trust and safety are so very much closely related. I would also say respect, right? So if you don't respect another person or they don't seem to respect you, that, brings the safety down. So those are some things that I would say are very important. And I'll pass it to some of the other panelists if they want to contribute.
Go for it. No permission. Just we can all be off mute and just have this roundtable-ish discussion.
All right. Hello, lovely people. I'm so happy to be in this space. So in adding to the conversation about characteristics of a healthy relationship, I really love what you said, Tiffany, about a safe body. And I just think over encompassing like a safe mind, body, and soul, because it is very important to be able to figure out how you feel from relationship to relationship. Lots of times we really put a highlight on intimate relationships only, but honestly, the characteristics are the same across the board, no matter what relationship it is that you're in. And it's important that you take the moment and time to honor what it feels like to feel safe and be able to acknowledge if you don't feel safe in different situations. I've been seeing a lot of things on Instagram pop up about like children. And I feel like how we feel safe in our body, how we learn to feel safe in our body in relationships can start as a child, especially when it comes to like, oh, can I have a hug? Oh, can I have a kiss? Oh, give your uncle a kiss, give your auntie a kiss. And the child just knows, oh, I have to do this, but what if they don't want to do it? And I've just seen so much conversation around that. And I think it's important that if you had those experiences as a child, that you know that you can kind of, tap into your inner child, reparent yourself in a sense, and begin to shift and know that you don't have to operate out of that space anymore. And you can decide when you want to let people into your personal space. So I did want to add on to that. And two other things that I think of is accountability. Accountability is so huge as the characteristics in healthy relationships because it pairs with that communication. And when something is off, if something is harmful, if something needs to be changed, it's important for us and other people. Like we hold other people accountable very, very well, but we have to remember that we have to hold ourselves accountable to ourselves and to other people in the dynamic. It's not just a one-way thing. And so we have to be able to speak up and be honest about the things that needs to be faced, and be okay with if we're not able to actually hold the accountability in that moment. And that kind of comes to my second point of expectations in a relationship. I feel like expectations can either make the relationship thrive or can kill the relationship very slowly because we are taught to enter in of we got expectations for everybody. We got expectations for ourselves, hopefully, but we definitely got expectations for everybody else. And if we come in with this whole list of things that people are supposed to do for us or how people are supposed to act, when that person doesn't show up to the occasion, we get real upset. We have resentment. We talk down on people. We're passive aggressive. But it's like, what if you didn't even check in to see if that was an expectation that person could actually hold up to? So I think it's very important to assess. It's good to have healthy expectations because some are good to keep people accountable, as I was stated, but then some are out of reach. And we have to make sure we communicate with each other to figure out if the expectation even needs to be there, or maybe try not having expectations at all and just living and going and flowing through love. So those are the characteristics that came to mind.
Thank you. Jasmine, would you like to offer anything on this question here?
Yeah, just briefly, I feel like, as you mentioned, we think a lot about other people or environments that we're in, but we don't often think about our relationship with ourselves and like, what does that mean? And, Tiffany, I love how you started off with like a safe body, right? But how do we know that if we're not really connected to it or really, spending time to learn more about what does safety mean, as you also mentioned of like mind and soul. So it really starts with having that relationship with yourself. And a lot of the things we pick up from childhood or as we're growing up and seeing different models, But then you have to unlearn some of those things and really figure out what is important to me. What do I value? What are my needs? And then how do I set that for myself? And like you said, how does it show up in these other spaces?
Thank you. Thank you so much. And so a quick, maybe just addition to that first question. So you guys have identified the characteristics of a healthy relationship. Tina, you mentioned this just a bit, but should a healthy relationship be defined differently depending on the relationship? Come on, off mute.
I'm like, should I?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
like, should I jump
absolutely.
on
It's
in?
not just for you, but you mentioned it a little bit, and I thought that it was such an important question because you guys have all mentioned self, others, and stuff, and so I think it's good to get a little bit deeper on defining if it should be if it's a difference in definition depending on the relationship.
Right. So I feel like I had said it before, I feel like the characteristics can be the same across all relationships, because it's good to have a foundation of what you know to be healthy. But of course, even backing all that back, we have to even figure out what healthy is, because lots of times we don't even know what that looked like, especially if we've grown up in like dysfunctional families, dysfunctional intimate relationship, dysfunctional friendships, because that's definitely a thing. So we have to be able to identify what health even looks like for a relationship to thrive. But I feel like it's a yes and no question of if it has to be the same. Yes, in regards to the foundation, but no, in regards to, I feel like if we take a step back and we look at each relationship and the person we're in the relationship with, then different boundaries have to come into play in that relationship. So you may not have to hold a particular boundary around communication or not being able to share certain details with your mom as you may have to do with your sister. Or you may not have to have certain boundaries around, okay, well, how this person is talking to me is not actually making me feel well. So I need to tell them, hey, this is the way that I need us to be able to communicate better. Can we work on this? You may not have that issue with your best friend that you had in 5 years. Maybe y'all are able to just let your hair down and say whatever you need to say, and it's not a problem, but you might have that issue with like your father, or, you know, you might have that issue with your niece or your nephew or whoever it may be, because we have relationships all across the age continuum. So I would just say it's like a twofold thing. It's a yes, but it's also a no.
Yeah,
If you hear,
I would like to add to that because all three of us have done couples work, right? And working with couples, is what people think about when they go to like therapy, right? But people don't think about all the time bringing their family into therapy or their business partners into therapy or their friends into therapy. And the reality is there's nuances to things, right? Like privacy looks different with you and your partner versus you and your parent, right? And privacy is important in a relationship, but it's going to look different depending on the relationship, right? Having shared values is going to be a little bit different in your friendships versus your business relationships versus your familial relationships versus your romantic relationships, right? So we can give these like very foundational things, but there's always going to be nuances to it, even to the point of like respect and taking turns, right? There is possibly like a cultural nuance with that when we're thinking about different types of cultures across the African diaspora and what respect looks like in one culture versus like another culture, right? Like Black Americans raised here, it looks very different than if you're growing up in a traditionally like Nigerian or Ghanaian home, right? So like there's always going to be nuances. So I just, to Shatina's point, like yes and no, the no is the nuance, right? Like there might be variation.
Yeah, and I'll just add too, it's not just that those environments or those individuals are shifting, you also may be shifting, and that's okay, because we have different parts of ourselves and we share different parts of ourselves in different environments or with different people. So it's also about like how you are showing up in that space, and that's okay. We talked a lot about like friendships or parents, but we also don't think about like work environment because there's definitely workplace trauma. There's definitely relationships in that space too. And so again, you may want to have those foundational pieces, but it may vary depending on where you are, and that's okay.
Thank you. Just want to pause and say, if you're like me and these gems are being dropped, please take notes, drop your responses in the chat. You might hear my little fingers typing because I'm taking some myself also. And so I think this next question is really important because like this is a hot topic. And we know social media, and unfortunately, well, it's bittersweet, right? You could be influenced in different ways, right? I always say, let your feed you. So like at one point in like 2017, I just stopped following. I probably only follow like 4 like celebrities, right? You know, Beyonce, Sierra, Sarah Jakes Parker Sarah Jakes Roberts is one of my new celebrities in life now. But anyway, but social media influences so much in how we think and how we show up. And so now there's this popular term, right? The TikTokers are doing their, you know, their download on it and everybody's talking about it. But boundary is a popular term right now. And I love to dig into that a little bit because I can just think of my own journey with boundaries, work, professional, personal with myself. And so I want to know, like, from what are boundaries, you know, and how do they impact our relationships? And you touched on them, but if we could get a little deeper on the boundary part and I'll mix this next question too. And how does one determine healthy boundaries in a relationship? So you could go either ways. What are boundaries? You know, how do they show up in relationships? But how do you determine a healthy boundary? And I'll just drop that mic right there.
I'll go first. I'm a visual person, so hopefully this sticks for y'all. I don't know. But for me, I think about boundaries of like, most of us, I hope, know something about like traffic lights, right? There's like the green, yellow, and red. Sorry, just had a brain fart for a second. But so they kind of tell us, right? And we know what that means when it shows up. And I think it's the same thing of the boundaries, where it's kind of letting us know and letting other people know where they can go, where they need to pause, and where it's an absolute stop, right? Like, this is what I'm not going to compromise on. This maybe we can compromise on, and this is completely okay for me. And so that's the visual that I have in terms of how they show up. And then remind me of the second part of your question again.
Yes. How do they determine, how does one, well, I think it was all one, so I'll reshare it. What are boundaries? How do they impact our relationships? And how do you determine healthy boundaries in a relationship?
Yeah, so I'll touch on the impact because recently, I think a lot of people have, as you mentioned, talked about it a lot. And so the moment that someone says no, people are kind of getting upset of like, well, you need to do this or this needs to happen. And on the flip side, we're having a hard time of communicating what our boundaries are and when to know whether or not they're being disrespected or not. I recently saw a conversation of how to set boundaries, even if someone is trying to cross them in a way that they cannot. So for example, if someone's trying to consistently contact you during a time that you're not available and you're constantly answering the phone, you're kind of allowing them to engage in that. Even though you're saying, please don't call me, you keep picking it up, right? So what are some ways that you can kind of set that a little bit firmer, even if it's not verbally, because we don't always have to communicate our boundaries in a verbal manner. We can communicate it by removing ourselves from the space. We can communicate it by blocking someone. We can communicate it by changing our number, right? So there's different ways that you can set those boundaries and how to make them clear. So in terms of how it impacts relationships, I think you have to have that conversation. You have to know what you're willing to compromise on or not. You need to know what you deserve, what your rights are, what your needs are, but also know the relationship, also know the context and the environment of that relationship to really figure out if that's something that could be honored.
Yeah, go for it. You don't have to, you can just chime in.
Okay. I'm like so used to be like, oh, pick on me.
No, this is our space, okay? We're at a coffee shop. I'm at Sip and Sonder in Inglewood right now, and we're all in
Right.
this
I feel
space,
it. I
okay?
feel it. I'm trying to make sure I'm not talking over people. So I'd be like, look at my little finger over
Go
here. You really gave a lot of points that really had some thoughts coming up in my mind in regards to boundaries. I definitely feel like when it that visualization of the stoplight is so important. And I hope that that sticks with everyone too, because that is perfect. And I feel like I wish that was something that was taught at every single age to make it just so simple and succinct of like what a boundary looks like. Because we understand what red light, green light, yellow light actually means. And then so when I think about boundaries, I think of it as a clear limit that's set to be able to support your need and protect like your mental, physical, and spiritual health. And it's most definitely something that we set for ourselves as well as for others. And then so I think you mentioned something in regards to like the capacity of other people. So sometimes, first of all, boundary work is some icky work. Like it don't feel comfortable for nobody. It's not going to feel comfortable for you if you're definitely trying to make sure that you're holding yourself to the boundary. It's like when you're teaching a child something and you got to keep telling them no and to stop doing something over and over, or set a boundary, a limit with them until they get it. It's the same with adults. You have to keep on setting the boundary, keep on being willing to let yourself be uncomfortable in order to actually see results, because there needs to be a change and a shift clearly in you and in the person that actually needs the boundary and limit. And let me tell you, when you set boundaries with people and that ain't the boundary that they was looking for, they're gonna ruffle your feathers, they're gonna have a fit, they're gonna guilt trip you, they're gonna discourage you, they're gonna make you go through all the emotions. And that's a time where you gotta kind of hold on true and drop down into your reason why. Why is it so important to even set these boundaries, and keep pushing towards reiterating and reintroducing each and every time that you're challenged with it. And I feel like when it comes to I guess because it's such a popular term right now. So it's fun when it's popular, but the work is actually hard. It's not that easy. And I feel like it's so important to be able to take inventory within yourself. So if you're going with the analogy of the yellow light, green light, yellow light, red light, it's important to just say, okay, when can I go? What feels good? If this feels good to me, okay, let me identify that. Let me learn that. Let me know that about myself. And I'm going to keep on heading in this direction. Yellow light means somebody doing a little bit too much. So then you got to figure out what's actually going on here. Why do I feel this shift in my body? Why do I feel this shift in my spirit to where I'm starting to maybe question something or feel uncomfortable, or I don't really know if this is where I want to be and this is what I want to do. And then the stop is an absolute halt. Like, what's triggering you? How are you feeling in this moment? What needs to come to a stop, and how can you effectively express that? And I'm gonna tell y'all, some people, they don't have it in them to engage in the boundaries. They may never actually stop, and that's when the hard choices come up. So then what does that then mean for you? If a person is not willing to meet up to that occasion, maybe you do have to exit the relationship. Maybe you do have to cut off communication. And are you actually okay with
Um, I love doing boundary work personally, and with clients, like Suzanne said, it's hard, right? Like even as a therapist, like I'm still a human who had my own history and constantly learning how to set boundaries. And so I conceptualize it as like limits and rules that we have in our relationships for ourselves. And so a lot of times when people are talking about boundaries, they're talking about others, but the boundaries are for us, right? Like they are for us in relationship to how we experience interaction with people. So that's one. Two, there are different characteristics of boundaries. So typically we say that you can have porous boundaries, which means that they're really open, you don't hold things, you overshare, you give too much, you are constantly saying yes, you hold nothing, right? Then there are rigid boundaries where you don't share, you're not open, you're not letting people in, you're not trusting, you don't talk to people, you don't let people in, things of that nature. And then there's the healthy boundary, right? So that is, you find the balance. You know when to say no, you know when to say yes. You're open enough to let people in, but you're also cautious enough of the right people to be selective about how you open up and share with them. And so like that's another aspect of boundaries. And then we have like different types of boundaries. So there's sexual boundaries, there's physical boundaries, there's temporal boundaries, that's what time, there's intellectual boundaries, like what topics that you're comfortable discussing or exchanging information around. There's spiritual boundaries, that's really important. There's material boundaries, which is all about like what you're giving people or what you're accepting from people. And so it's really important that when you're talking about boundaries, it's not like just like this one for all, right? And then, of course, most important, there's the emotional boundaries, right? So the information that you share, the way that you connect with people, what you allow people to say to you, how you speak to yourself. And going back to Jasmine's point, that as we talk about healthy relationships, even though most of it we're talking about outside and external, it's always important to remember everything we're talking about starts with self, right? Like your relationship with yourself, because even something super common, temporal boundaries. A lot of people have poor temporal boundaries. A lot of Black women have poor temporal boundaries. And I'm saying Black women because that's the space that we're in. These are the people that we're talking to right now. If you know that you need to stop working at 7 o'clock and you work till 10 o'clock, that's a poor temporal boundary, right? Like you are pushing yourself beyond the point that you're supposed to, beyond the point that you need to. You're not stepping away from your work, right? And so that's just a simple example, but that's no boundary between anyone. That's you and you. That's your choice to decide to keep going, to keep working, to keep pouring into this project or assignment, et cetera, you know? So boundaries, as popular as they are also very complex. And to the point, anytime we're talking about relationships, there's always going to be so many nuances, right? And how we conceptualize relationships here, I always like to bring in the cultural context because it really, 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 really does matter. Because boundaries focus on us. They focus on the I, they don't focus on the we. And so that can be contradictory to how like a lot of people are raised, right? Especially like to Shatina's point, if you're in a dysfunctional family, everybody knows everybody's business. Everybody talks about everybody's business. This is how we're all what we call enmeshed together, right? You go through one person to do another. If everybody don't know your business, oh, you being secretive, or you're being this, or you're being that. So the idea of having healthy boundaries where you're not telling everybody your business or not talking about other people's business, that goes against some family dynamics, right? And so it's like, that's wrong. So the nuances to boundaries are so, so, so important. And even as we talk about like a healthy way and a not healthy way, we all recognize like there are some complexities even in that conceptualization.
Wow. That was amazing. So overall, I feel like I heard a few things. I've heard identify your boundaries, communicate your boundaries, enforce your boundaries. And then the other thing I added was decide if you have to move away or move forward in that relationship because of how the person responds to you enforcing your boundaries. And everything else is a whole bunch of notes. We could talk about it later in some other time on Instagram or something, but I want to move over into, I just have about like a few more questions. And so I think one of the things that keeps coming up is communication, communicate this. If you think about our past, like, you know, we always don't know how to communicate. For instance, I grew up in a family, people always argued. And so I decided I am not arguing in my relationship. Me and my husband, we're going to sit down, we're going to chat, we will talk all day. We might get a little high tone, you know, but we're not going to argue, you know, we might be like, oh, no, wait, are you yelling? Okay, so I want to know, because this was a process for me and I'm just being vulnerable and transparent. And I'm hoping that you guys can give us a little bit more information on like the signs of healthy communications in relationships. So can you guys describe some signs of healthy communications in relationship?
I just want to say communication is queen. Like, and that has been one of the biggest things that I definitely have even learned in my personal life in the last year, because I got married in 2022 and I had a baby in 2022. And so the communication game really showed its face because both of those relationships serve as a mirror to me and shows me where there are areas where I need to be able to improve in order to have a solid family foundation and a solid marriage. And then so I definitely feel like when it comes to recognizing if the communication is healthy, first off and foremost, especially if you come from like a dysfunctional family, like healthy communication does not involve guilt tripping. It does not involve shaming people. It does not involve discouraging people in anything amongst that, just a range of different emotions where it's going to make you feel very horrible when you're done with the conversation. I do feel like conversations, you know, they fall on a range of how you're going to feel afterwards, because not all things that need to be talked about end with a completion. Sometimes they're left on like a cliffhanger. But I feel like if something is making you feel like down in the dumps and it triggers you to depression, that's automatically a step to where it's like something is not right, and this is not a healthy style of communication for me to be in. It definitely includes active listening, and I definitely mean active listening. So not listening just to respond, because I know a lot of us do that. We listen just to be like, well, let me get my points in check. I got to make sure that I'm coming with what I need to come with so they can understand. It's not about that. It's not necessarily about being right or wrong. It's about reaching a common ground of understanding. So the whole idea of responding versus reacting is very important. We have to figure out, how do we learn how to communicate to begin with? And if we're people that learned how to just react all the time, we're reacting based off of our emotions. Emotions are going to be in the mix no matter what. But we have to learn how to be able to slow things down, because when you're in the heat of the moment, things transpire very quickly. And that's how people say things that they regret and that they didn't necessarily mean, or maybe they did mean, but they meant to say it in a different way. So being able to slow things down to where you're not just reacting out of the emotion that's coming up, but you're able to ground yourself using some of the tools that we had a moment ago in our grounding activity, and being able to figure out, how do you actually want to respond to where harm is not being done, as well as for the other person, trying to get them to see, like, we're not doing this way. We can slow down, figure out how should we be communicating with each other to where it leads to a thriving and fulfilling relationship. And I feel like it's important to respect boundaries. We just talked about that. Communication comes with a whole bunch of boundaries, but also a boundary could be knowing when there's a break. A break needs to be had, and you need to be able to step away. We don't have to always keep going toe to toe or sit and talk about a conversation for hours and hours and hours. We can say, you know what? Maybe there's no progress that's happening right now. Let's take a break and let's come back to it later when we have the capacity. So learning what your capacity is and what the other person's capacity is may be very key and important. Because if you know this person that you're communicating with, or even if you don't know them too well, you might can pick up on a few things or from different interactions that you had, but being able to say, okay, what space is this person usually in when they're upset? Like, what usually triggers them? Like, we usually have to go more in depth, just beyond ourselves, to figure out, okay, is this even going to be a fruitful conversation, or is this going to blow up and it's just going to cause more drama, more hurt, more pain? And then figuring out with yourself, maybe you had a long day, maybe you had a long day at work, maybe you just didn't have a day that was going the best. Maybe that's not the time to pull up a topic or conversation that's been irritating you for the last 24 hours. Maybe it makes sense to hold that when you feel like your cup is full. Have you ate? Did you use the bathroom? Maybe you need to watch your favorite TV show and have a good belly laugh before you actually have this conversation. But being able to check in, maybe there's a bunch of things that, you know, just been making you mad and pissing you off. And it's like, well, maybe that's not the time to actually bring it up either, because then you're just going to snowball everything. You're going to throw everything in there that you've been, like, 2 weeks ago, you made me mad with this. And then last year when you did this, it reminds me of how you reacted last night. Like, that's not necessarily going to lead you to the direction that you want to go. So it's important to just be able to be grounded, check in with yourself, maybe even check in with the person and say, how you doing today? I want to talk with you, but I want to see where your mind is at. Where's your heart at? Do you think that we can be able to have a conversation and hear each other out so that we're not reacting, but we're able to respond to each other in a healthy way?
You did that, sis. You did that. That was amazing. I actually want to share 2 visuals that I use with clients. So I'm going to share my screen, and if you want to, like, I mean, clearly this is being recorded, but if you want to, like, screenshot this, then you can. So the first that I'm going to share is this chart. I use this chart all the time with clients. It is actually going through the different communication styles. Okay, so when we talk about communication, I think self-awareness in all ways of how we show up is very important. And so understanding how we communicate, because communication isn't just what you say, it's what you don't say, it's your tone of voice, it's what you respond to, it's what you don't respond to, it's what you include, it's what you don't include. And what's really important to know is if you're trying to get someone to understand something, it is your job to communicate in a way that's effectively to help them understand, right? And so people respond to language in different ways. People respond to different nonverbal cues in different ways. So understanding how you're communicating, whether what's being said and not said, is really important. So I just want to bring attention to the assertiveness, because most people live in the passive aggressive or passive aggressive. And like assertiveness is really a communication skill set that if you did not get intentionally taught, you have to learn as an adult. And honestly, I don't know about Jatina and Jasmine, but when I'm working with clients, I'm mostly teaching people how to do the assertive. Because most people that I have worked with, they're in a passive aggressive, passive, and some even aggressive, right? A lot of my clients are Black folk, right? And so some Black folk come from a place where they have to be more aggressive. To your point, Shai, your family is used to arguing, right? That is an aggressive like communication style, right? And then some people that come from those type of families, they just quiet themselves. They just want to avoid all confrontation. They don't want to start no trouble, like all the stuff. So they very much lean into the passive aggressive, right? So being able to speak in a way where you're calm, where you're even tone, where you're not attacking people, where you can clearly state what it is that matters to you, where you can reflect what someone else is saying objectively, right? Not saying you made me feel this way or you did this to me. That type of feedback is never helpful because no one can make you feel a way. How someone communicates, it activates something for you. And sometimes your activation or whatever emotion you're experiencing is often impacted by what you're interpreting, right? So this is not to minimize someone that's actually cussing you out and like, oh, you're afraid because they're cussing you out. Like that's understandable, right? But just understanding that, to Jasmine's point earlier, that sometimes there's nuances in how we respond to people because it has to do with our own stuff that we have inside, right? I could say something like, oh, wow, you look tired today, right? And you could take it, oh, you think that I look tired? You trying to do this to me? You trying to say this about me? Da, da, da. And for me, it could have been, I'm coming from a place of I'm sad or I feel impacted or worried that you're looking drained or you have no energy, right? But you can take it as an offense, whereas I just gave an unsolicited opinion, but it could be coming from a place of worry and concern, right? And so how we view information, our lens, our perspective, our experiences, that all impacts how we communicate, how we feel like we need to get our point across, whether we are actively listening or not. So assertiveness, I just want to just speak to this, is all about respect. You respecting others, you respecting yourself, expressing yourself without having to win all the time, without having to be right, and not necessarily trying to control the outcome of the situation, which is really important because sometimes communication is a power struggle for people. People just want to be right. They just want to be heard. They just want to be understood, and they find different ways to go about that, okay? So that's the first one I want to share. And then the second one that I want to share is this is summarizing the 4 horsemen of communication. that was developed by the Gottman Institute. And so it's a couple that has developed this whole system around couples counseling, but the things that they do is not just for couples, it's for like all relationships. And so these are the 4 things that they tell people to be mindful of in communicating with someone. So one is criticism, being mindful of not criticizing someone. These things on the left are what you would consider unhealthy forms of communication, right? To your point, Shai. So criticism, attacking someone's personality or character. There's a difference between saying, when you turn off the TV, I felt minimized, or I felt that me wanting to watch TV wasn't important, versus saying, you turned off the TV, you're so inconsiderate, right? You're attacking their character as opposed to objectively pointing out the thing that they did and the impact that it had on you, which is very different. Contempt, attaching a sense of self with intent to insult or abuse. Sometimes a person will do something and you automatically take it personal as if they're trying to harm you. And that's not always the case, right? So when you attack someone because they say or do something, that is expressing contempt. Having defensiveness, we all know what defensiveness looks like, right? And so I want to use this word very carefully, right? So my hope is that it lands properly. Sometimes we victimize ourselves, right? Because we have been victims of things, we have been harmed. Unfortunately, sometimes we can internalize that so much, we think that there are people that are doing us harm that aren't really doing us harm. And it could be a very tricky thing that sometimes a person could be acknowledging something about us or giving us feedback, and we automatically feel like we have to fight. We automatically feel like we have to defend ourselves. And that doesn't work for relationships, especially if going back to healthy relationship characteristics, we talk about being open and transparent and vulnerable. How can someone say, hey, when you do this thing, I feel like you don't care about me, but then you go ahead and defend yourself, right? Like you're not listening to them actively. And then stonewalling. This is basically when someone says something and you automatically just like withdraw or avoid them, like you just shut down. And it doesn't feel good to receive that. And so sometimes we do that to people, sometimes people do that to us. So these are things that are really important to pay attention to, because when we're having this conversation, we don't want you to just think about what other people are doing to you. We want you to be mindful of how you might engage in some of these with people as well. And it could be your kids, it could be your family, it could be your siblings, it could be your friends, it could be your partners, it could be anybody, but just being mindful of how you show up when you're uncomfortable in conversation or in communication is just as important as understanding how you feel when someone else is communicating. So I'm done.
Wow. Wow. That was amazing. Amazing. There's so much to take away there. And thank you for that education. I think of like the basic quote that, you grow up, if you know better, you do better. And just imagine like so many people don't have the opportunity to learn and to understand what are the healthy forms of communications. And people don't even know that, like, forms of therapy, this is how you learn them, right? Or, coming to conferences and stuff. And so I'm appreciative of how we're destigmatizing like the sharing of information and mental wellness in the Black community. And so
I have a quick little point that I want to add to.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Just like, something that a quick little tip that I tell my clients usually, because it could be a lot of information and what we're sharing is very key, and hopefully y'all taking some notes and stuff or screenshotting or doing what you need to do. But I always tell my clients that if there's a topic, or a lot of times they come in because they really want to have a discussion with somebody and they don't know how to go about it, because they either know how the person's going to react or they know how they're going to react and they can't really formulate things in the best way possible to get the results that maybe they're looking for, or even be able to just sit in, like Tiffany said, sometimes you have to be okay with like whatever the outcome is. You can't control that. And then so I'll suggest, like, it's hard in the moment to remember all this stuff. It takes a lot of time to practice getting to a point where you're having health communication. I don't think any of our communication, even therapists, is just top tier of all things, even though we have a whole bunch of knowledge. So I always tell them and suggest like journaling. And I'll say, like, maybe do like a brain dump, get all your thoughts out that you want to have in the conversation, just get everything out and sort through things. Sometimes people need to take pen to paper in order to sort through their thoughts. And I'll just say, okay, if there's certain topics and points you want to bring up, write them down, because 9 times out of 10, when we're responding and, let's say, reacting, I'd rather say, in the moment, it may not come out in the way that we wanted it to. And that's where we will see all of those more negative, non-helpful, unhealthy traits begin to shine through and come out in the moment. But when we write things down, we can cross it out. We can say, oh, that's not what I mean. Let me see what's the better way to work this out. Oh, what do I actually want to say? And it's okay to take things a step further and bring that paper with you and read it while you're trying to discuss what you need to discuss. And so I always just encourage people, go the extra mile if it really means that much to you to be able to see some type of change and get points across that may be hard, because some people don't like conflict. That may be hard for you to express in the moment. It's okay to use tools to help make the situation be okay.
And just to jump in really quick on what you just said, I also think that it's okay to meet people where they are, because sometimes, as we're talking about, we have our own communication styles, and then we're expecting people to respond in that same way. And not everybody is able to communicate effectively verbally. Some people need time to write it down, and maybe that's the best way that they can communicate it. So I think it's also, as long as it's not abusive or really disrespectful, being mindful that maybe what you can do, other people cannot, and figuring out a way to meet in the middle. And then you also mentioned like the HALT, right? Hungry, angry, lonely, tired kind of thing, like being mindful of where you are. I think it's also helpful to be mindful of your nonverbal cues. I am someone that I cannot say a word, but you will know exactly how I'm feeling based on my face. I will make facial expressions all the time, and it's just part of who I am. And I know that about myself. So when I'm having conversation with someone and then maybe it's very heated or very sensitive, I really have to be intentional of trying to be mindful of my face and my body language, because that communicates more than what I'm saying out of my mouth. So again, just knowing yourself is really important in all the things that we're talking about relationships, because it will impact the relationship.
Wow, thank you. I'm just going through sort of like, excuse my pause for a second. I'm just kind of going through like my own personal process of communications. Because as Tiffany knows, that was like that has been one of my biggest journeys in life, right? And it's so interesting how God is, with me, is just like, communications was my big story, and that's my profession. I'm the director of communications. I'm the communications chair here. I'm the PR here. And it's so interesting that sometimes the biggest thing you need to work on is like the exact thing where you're getting elevated to it. It's like, okay. So I'm sorry, I just had to process for a second. So I kind of like went off camera because I got a little hot. I had to open up the window and drink some water. And so my last question on this topic is another trending, we hear this word toxic all the time, toxic masculinity, the podcast live, we see this happen, right? We're all women here. We see these conversations happen, whether we're engaged or not. I'm the type of person who doesn't get engaged in foolishness, but I see it going around. And so, but similar to the education you guys just shared on healthy communications, can we speak to what it means to be in a toxic relationship? And what should someone do if they're contributing to the unhealthy dynamic? Because let me tell you, I had to realize one day, I was like, a little toxic a little bit. I'll be so mad. And then, as you just said, Jasmine, you have to meet people where they are, right? I'll be so mad, but I process quickly, like, I was wrong. God convicted me. I apologize. And now I expect my husband to be happy again too. He'd be like, hold on, Shy, I need my time too. I need my moment. And then I realized when you do that pattern over and over and over again, it becomes a little toxic, right? Acknowledge my feelings, receive when I'm done with my feelings, and then respond when I need you to respond. And that makes the other person feel away over time. And so, so if you could talk a little, you guys could speak to what it means to be in a toxic relationship And then the second part is, what should someone do if they are contributing to the unhealthy dynamic? Because I was a little transparent, shared, you know, how I showed that I was contributing. I was like, dang, okay. You know, and I remember last thing I remember when I was getting married, one person told me in terms of healthy communications, she said, all the kids these days say, don't go to sleep angry. She's like, you could go to sleep, you know, you don't want to be the most upset for your personal self, but if my husband needs some time to talk, to think and relax and process, and we talk about it over breakfast the next morning, then I'm gonna give him that. I'm not gonna force him to have that conversation that night because I need it now, right? And so I think that comes with a little self-management. And so those were some things that I had to think of when I think about my contribution to the toxicity and even in my marriage, even being together for so long. And so I would love for you guys to speak to that. What are toxic relationships, and what do we do when we realize, wait, I'm contributing to the toxicity?
Well, I think, again, we think about relationships with other people a lot of times about toxic relationships, but a lot of us have toxic relationships with ourselves, right? Like we're not showing up for ourselves the way that we need to. We're not taking care of ourselves the way that we need to. We're not really pouring in and doing this work. We're really checking in to see where we are and where we really want to go. So I think part of that is doing that self-evaluation, that self-reflection, and really seeing, like, is this the relationship that I really want to have? Is this the way that I want to show up in this world? Is this the way that I want to show up in spaces with other people? And finding people, whether or not it's a therapist or someone in your church space or whatever it is, finding people that really can pour into you, that can really be there with you, that can really hold you accountable, right? That can really say, hey, I love you, but I need to tell you, this is, you know, it's not right. It's not acting the way that, or you're not acting the way that I think you could be right now. And really being honest with yourself of whether or not you really want to change that. Because again, you can know that it's toxic, but maybe you're not ready to change that. Would it be better, beneficial? Maybe, but again, we want to meet you where you are.
And
I think that, oh, go ahead.
I just want to uplift in the chat. Someone asked, can we also share a little bit around toxic relationships with non-romantic toxic relationships? So I just wanted to throw that in there as you guys were offering your responses.
I definitely think that there's some points that Jasmine and Shai brought up in regards to toxicity and taking ownership of your part, because it's very important to hold that accountability in a way to where, you know, sometimes we can be used to cutting people off if they're toxic, and we feel like, oh, I'm doing this for me, but sometimes we have to cut ourselves off from the situation too, because we have to consider the other person. So it's like, if we're doing something that we know is not lifting the other person up either, we have to be okay to be like, okay, well, if I'm not ready for that change, like Jasmine was saying, because you got to be willing to do the work as well as what you're hoping the work that they would do. Then sometimes it's okay to step away and say, maybe right now it's not healthy for me to be in this relationship because I'm not actually adding to it. And I am this toxic person that's bringing this relationship down. And I definitely feel like it's important to be honest with yourself. And there's something that Shai said about like wanting a person to respond how you want them to respond. And this goes for all relationships. I feel like we do want people to, like, we'll bring up a topic and we'll have it in our heart the answer that we already want them to say. And if they don't say it, then it's not good enough. Or then we're more upset and we're not actually satisfied with what it is that they're giving us. And sometimes people will actually apologize from a genuine space. But if they didn't say it or come to it how we wanted them to come to it, then the whole apology is thrown out the window. That's toxic behavior because you're not actually giving people the opportunity to grow, take accountability themselves, and show up in a different way. You've already kind of boxed them in. And as I talked about earlier, expectations. Put an expectation on how the outcome was supposed to be. It didn't match up. And then so you're repeating this cycle of getting upset and sending them through the merry-go-round. I always like describe more recently toxicity to my clients and even to myself of like, it's a merry-go-round or it's a roller coaster ride. And just think of an amusement park, right? So There's some rides we like, we hiking, we about to get on. We don't care what the ride is going to bring us. We down for the team. And then there's some rides we already know, we looking at it like, I'm not about to join in this because I don't know how this is going to make me feel. I didn't been on this ride before. I didn't quite feel that well. And then so you can either get on the ride with people, you can choose to stand off to the side and just watch somebody else ride it, but you have choice in the decision in if you want to add to a commotion or if you actually want to just take a step back and be like, you know what, this is not mine. This is yours. I'm gonna just let you write that out on your own. And I think the question, can you remind me, Shy, again, in regards to like, they said toxicity in regards to other non-romantic relationships?
Yes, yes. She said that she, I'll just uplift what Tammy said in the chat so I won't miss, oh, it's been going up, excuse me. It says, please include toxic relationships with non-romantic people as well. She's struggling with her sister. Thank you, Tammy, for your vulnerability. For
I'm gonna see if Tiffany, yes, thank you so much. I'm gonna see if Tiffany got something to say because I want to think on it a little bit and really give her a space of what I can pour into that. So I'm gonna let you say some stuff,
So all of the information that we're talking about is applicable to all relationships, like this whole conversation. So so I just want to say that first. Secondly, when I conceptualize toxic, I think of harm, right? Because sometimes toxic doesn't look like the most overt abuse, yelling, hitting. Sometimes it can be subtle harm, right? Subtle poison, things that break down other person's self-esteem, right? Like you criticizing someone, you always pointing out something that someone is doing, not affirming them. That could be you disrespecting another person's boundaries, right? Like they're saying, hey, I don't really want to talk. And you're like, why not? Why don't you want to talk? I want to talk now, right? To the point of some people want to process longer, some people will process shorter, right? If someone says, I'm not ready to talk, and you're pushing them to talk, that's not kind. That's not respectful. You're not respecting their boundary. If someone needs some space and you're trying to invade their space, that's not okay. You isolating someone or isolating yourself from someone in terms of connection, like that's not something that is really healthy as well. You showing up in a way or someone showing up in a way where fear becomes the center of the relationship, right? Oh, if I don't do this, if I don't perform, they're going to leave me. If you put so much pressure on someone to perform, and to Shatina's point of fulfill and meet your expectations to the point that they can't just be themselves, they can't be comfortable in themselves because they feel like they have to always perform for you, they have to always prove their love to you, they have to always prove their commitment to you. Like that's a big toxic, right? Relationships, honestly, like if people feel like they have to perform, it's probably not a relationship where people mesh well, right? Like that's a lot of pressure to feel like you have to be someone to feel enough in your relationship with someone, or be something to where you feel like you're only going to be loved and celebrated and accepted if you present a certain way. So if you put that pressure on someone, or they're putting that pressure on you, and again, if you're doing this roundabout thing where I perform, I'm disappointing. I perform, I'm not performing enough, I'm disappointing. They're performing, oh, but they're not performing enough. Like there's a constant judging, like that is toxic. And we don't talk about that because nowadays there's all this, to the point of the toxic, podcast, right? But there's all this language around, I'm the table, I'm this, what's your value? What's your value? What's your value? And people are always trying to grade people and always trying to measure people and put all these high standards over people. And it's like, if a person meets it, cool. If they don't, cool. That's your choice to decide if you want to engage with them. But like, don't belittle, don't demean somebody because they are not who you think that they should be. And if you're going to engage in a relationship, you got to learn acceptance. Like there has to be a healthy level of acceptance because yeah, you can hold people accountable, but at the same time, people are going to choose to show up how they want to show up. So if they want to show up a certain way and you want to choose to accept it, That is up to you. Judging people and making people feel uncomfortable in themselves, like to the point that it impacts their self-esteem, that's something that definitely want to be mindful of. When I think about harmful dynamics in relationships, as someone who has experienced domestic violence and who's been a domestic violence counselor, I always think of power dynamics. If there are unhealthy power dynamics in a relationship and they're not consensual and agreed upon, because sometimes certain power dynamics are consensual and agreed upon, but if they are not, then that is something that's really important. People constantly fighting for power, or someone constantly striving to exert power and control, coercion, manipulation over you, or you doing that to someone else, is really important. To be honest, like, a lot of my clients are Black women. A lot of my clients have control issues. And when that shows up in relationships, there's some unhealthy power dynamics. I'm just going to be honest, and that's something that I've had to personally work through. And that's something that I work through a lot of my Black women clients around, because it's like they show up in their community, they show up in their family, they show up in the workplace, they the boss, they the this, they the that, they the head. And then, because they're respected in so many ways, they get people to do things that they want to do, and they don't like inconsistency, they don't like uncertainty, and they don't like things not being the way that they want. And so they bring that into their personal relationships and their friendships and their romantic relationships and their relationships with their siblings, whatever, and it's not okay. Like, you don't get to rule how people act. And if they don't act how you want, you make them feel bad, right? So those are things that I would say are definitely signs of toxic behavior, to make notice of, whether it's you or someone else. At the end of the day, you have the agency to choose how you show up. Now, if you are in an extremely volatile relationship, then it takes extra support. It's hard to maneuver unhealthy power dynamics in relationship by yourself, because there's a lot of things that are going on psychologically. And most times people are like, oh, you can just leave, you can just choose. And it's not that easy, especially when there are safety concerns. But I'm not speaking to those most extreme examples. I'm speaking to like our everyday things, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I'm just going to clarify too. So you're saying toxic, not violent, so that people know the difference, right? You're talking about there are toxic situations and traits in relationships, but the piece that you're talking about now about, needing more support are when there's a violent relationship. And it doesn't mean that it has to be physical,
Exactly.
But there are, there's a difference between the two.
Yeah, and I wanted to bring that up because sometimes people automatically think toxic means violent, and it can, but it doesn't have to, right? So we have to understand, like, there is a spectrum. Thanks, sis.
And I think it's really important, which is why I'm happy that the question about the sister came up, because, all relationships, like we've been talking about this whole time, has different needs and may have different boundaries and may have different things that need to change. And then so what it could look like of just pulling some things of what we talked about and applying it to that situation. Because, I don't know if it's little sis, big sis, twin sis, I'm not sure, but power dynamics definitely can play a role. I know, especially when it comes to siblings, because if you've had a sister that's older than you, and they've watched you, or honestly, in family dynamics, a lot of the times, when people feel like they've seen you since you were little, they kind of tend to keep you in that space. So they've already placed a certain value and respect that they want to give you, because they may not feel like, you can say anything to them, or it's like, well, I changed your diaper, or why I watched you go through this, or they keep you in, you've always been this way, when really you could be changing. And it's hard for them to see where you could go, as well as the person that you're becoming in the moment right now. They just want to keep you at being little Susie, basically. And then so it's important to assess, like, if you're little sis, big sis, your twin sis, or if you're the big sister and, you're talking about your relationship with your little sister, and being able to also acknowledge just what is the cycle that is going on between the both of you. Like, what is it that you see? I think it's so important to at least be able to approach a conversation. I'm not sure what the capacity is that your sister has, but like we've been saying, acknowledge what is your capacity. How will you show up? What are your triggers? Off top, already make a list about what are some things that she can say that's just automatically going to put you in a negative place where you're going to be reacting versus responding. And what are some things you know about her to where you know, okay, these things are going to put her into a particular mood. She's going to respond in this way. She may become defensive. Be able to identify those things so you feel a little more prepared going into the situation. And write out, like I said, write out what it is that you want to say and try and figure out if y'all can come to a common understanding. Now, definitely applying we can't control outcomes. Sometimes we have to lose expectations. And it's so important that we remember we can only control ourselves. And if it gets to a point to where you're just like, you know what, this person is not, I'm trying to get them to see, and I really want, we can have a goal, and it could be the most beautiful goal in the world for the relationship that you want with your sibling, your mother, your father, your auntie, your uncle. But if they don't want to change, and if they're not in alignment with what that goal needs to be, or they feel like, I know I hear this a lot in like family stuff, just being like, you know, ain't nobody gonna change me. I'm not gonna change for that. You know, I'm who I am, and I'm proud of that. And so that kind of is a toxic mentality as well, because that means that you don't have no space for growth, and you don't want to actually see your relationship thrive because you might be doing something that's making it go downhill. So being able to just kind of know, okay, if something is not going in the way that you want it to with your sister, then is it a point in time where now boundaries just have to go into play? And you may have to have some boundaries that you set that you know, okay, she may not be happy about that, but maybe you tried some other things before you got to this point, but this is what you know is necessary. Only you know exactly what it is that's going on and what's necessary in order to see improvement. But hopefully all that we've shared today and some of the tips that even have had come out now, because I know a lot of it goes to intimate relationships. And I'm happy y'all also identified violent versus toxic. That's very important too in all relationships. So it all applies. So hopefully that was helpful.
Wow. Thank you guys for such an amazing first panel. I love the order, starting with healthy relationships, coming after that, that good grounding, because I feel like, as we mentioned very early on, you know, it's not just about romantic relationships or intimate relationships. I heard relationship with yourself is first, right? Knowing yourself helps you define boundaries, helps you communicate better, helps you understand whether or not you're in a toxic relationship, what you're contributing to a toxic relationship. And overall, it helps you navigate this space, work and professionally, personally, romantically, and with friends also. And so I thank you guys. And so as we wrap up this panel, I just wanted to circle back to our, you know, our guest here and ask anyone for any questions or feedback. I see Tammy just put in the chat. Thank you, Tammy, for hanging out in the chat, because I feel like chat is like my Twitter. So I'm like, okay, girl. So she says, thank you, panel, means so much. I will continue with my healthy boundaries. I love her, but she continues to reject me. I remain hopeful and realistic. I just want to honor you, Tammy, for your vulnerability and sharing with people, because I don't know you, but I feel like I know you. And I'm thankful for you being able to share that. And if anyone else has anything they want to share, please feel free to add it in the chat, give any feedback. But I really want to thank you guys for such an amazing panel. And thank you guys for offering so many gems. I feel like people pay some money per hour to get these gems, you know, and I appreciate that, because, you know, I don't know where else I would have gotten that in this space and time that I myself, Cheyenne Smith, really needed it. And so we're right on time, we're right on schedule. Shout out to us. And I want to pass it over and share that to Tiana Robin, who will be hosting a workshop for us.
All right, I'll give it one more minute. So be with that sense of gratitude, be with that sense of rejuvenation. Always come to the surface was hurting, but I had to heal. Releasing all the pain that I always held. Been going through some changes, I'll make it still. Protecting my soul to keep it real. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good vibes, good vibes. Good vibes, good vibes. Only need good. All right, hello everyone. Good afternoon, or whatever kind of quadrant of time you are in. Grateful to be here with you all today. Tammy, Kenda, and Tamara, let me know. I will uplift your name if I mispronounced it. I'm grateful for an intimate space because journaling, self-love journaling, it works for one, it works for two, it works for 100. So our space today, the intimacy of this space, I think is going to lend to some rich conversation if we allow it, and some vulnerability. So I'm really looking forward to everything that is going to come from this space today. So let me just get my presentation going. I am the type of person, so my name is Tiana. I am an associate therapist. I'm a wellness educator. I'm a wellness facilitator and a coach. But today I'm leaning into a person who is on their self-love journey, right? So I'm not an expert, but I think that I have really committed myself to this practice in all things that I do. So as a person, as a therapist, as a wellness educator, but just in the bare bones, who I am. So that's where I'm sharing this lens from today. And I just wanted to introduce like my work. I'm the founder of Soul Free Wellness, which is a wellness practice that amplifies self and community care with individuals, collectives, companies, organizations. So my work very much looks like this, whether it's self-love journaling, whether it's mental health training and education. I work with young people, I work with adults, all the range of folks, and it's been a beautiful blessing to be on this journey in soul-free wellness. So that is a little bit around what I do in some of my lens today. As a facilitator, I love hearing voices as much as possible, and there is no formal flow around, like, you don't need to raise your hand. You can literally just come off the mic. You can literally just be in the chat. I'm going to go to the chat. I'm going to look at y'all. And because it's such an intimate space, I think that we can really craft that today in a really special way. So some intentions that I laid out, just grab your journal, your writing space. Maybe it's on your computer. I too have my journal, so you all know there's proof in the pudding. I have my journal today as well. Get comfy. Again, inviting that sense of vulnerability. I'm going to be kind of prompting to see if folks want to share, and I will be sharing. What's unique about this session versus other journal writing sessions that I do is I created prompts that I hadn't done or prepared for. So you're going to be bearing witness to some of my authentic responses as I choose to share, as you all choose to share. So I imagine a lot will come up for me as well. And you're actually going to learn a lot about me through the presentation. And I actually hope to learn a lot about you, Tammy, and I hope to learn a lot about you, Kenda, and Tiffany in this space, as that is what I'm going to be offering here too. So we're also going to kind of revamp or redefine your self-love rituals, and we're going to reflect on self-love intentions and affirmations. So you're going to walk away with some both intentions and affirmations, and to hear other self-love stories. Okay. So I know you all had a little bit of grounding, and I want to offer a little bit of grounding in this space too, just to kind of get us comfortable, get us into a good space, get us prepared for a little bit of writing. One of my favorite like wellness educators and facilitators and writers, Alex L., she created this beautiful self-love meditation. We're just going to do a brief moment of it because sometimes I start part of my day with a little bit of meditation, whether it's from her or the apps that I use, but this is one that feels really grounding. So we are going to start here. And just let me know if you hear the video, like with a thumbs up.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for
Tammy.
being here with me today. I'm Alex L., and I will be guiding you through a Dear Self meditation. Before we begin, please get into a comfortable seat if that feels good for you. Or you can make this a moving meditation. That can look like brewing a cup of tea, going on a walk, or doing some light stretching as you listen to this. Whatever feels right and good for you and your body, lean in there and do that. Bringing our attention to the breath, dropping our shoulders and unclenching our jaw, softening our bodies. Let's commit in this moment to being present, compassionate, and patient with ourselves. You are worthy of being here in this space. You are worthy of stillness and presence and self-comfort. A question I'd like for you to keep close to your heart during our time together is, what do I need to forgive myself for? Whatever comes to the surface while we are in our meditation together, allow it. Let everything that rises and falls teach you something about holding yourself in compassion, about holding yourself in warmth and steadiness, even when it feels difficult, even when it feels painful. Let's take a deep inhale in through the nose together and exhale through the nose, emptying your belly. Inhale deep into the nose, filling up your belly, staying connected to your breath. And exhale slowly, calmly, easefully through the nose. Dear self, I know that life can feel really hard and heavy. Self-compassion and self-worth have been struggles for you for as long as I can remember. It's beautiful to see how you're learning to grow through everything you've gone through. There are days when you drop the ball completely. There are days when you're so good at giving yourself grace. My friend, you are learning. Let the days come. The good ones and the bad ones, the ones in between. Be mindful that your healing will come in waves. Your growth will too. Not giving up on yourself is such a beautiful gift of self-compassion and care. You are trying. I know you are. I see you. I love you.
Okay. Just wanted to, allow that meditation to sink into our spirits before getting started. And maybe if you want to, come off the mic in the chat, maybe one word that you're feeling after this meditation, what are you sitting with before we kind of get into our writing, which we'll be doing a lot of. What resonated?
I'm feeling compassionate and gentle towards myself, especially since I've been going through a lot of things. And I think I try to have moments where I'm like, okay, you're doing a good job. Or not even a good job, but just like you're here, you're existing, and that's great. I'm proud of you. But I think the reminding myself that even if I don't show up as I think that I should, that like just giving myself the credit and forgiving myself and just showing up as best as I can is important. So I'm feeling really compassionate towards myself. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Tiff. Compassion for yourself, right? Despite what you're carrying, despite what you're holding, giving yourself credit. I love that. I love giving ourselves credit. Anyone else?
I don't know if I have the words quite yet, and I did hop on pretty late and I was still kind of reflecting on our previous part, but I feel a little bit refreshed I came into this space earlier today with like a moderator's mind, right? Like my job is to moderate, my job is in energy, move it along, thread it through. I didn't really I didn't show up with the intention of being poured into, right? I showed up with the intention of like getting the job done, experience, and, creating an experience. And Tiffany kind of nudged me, like, you could join the breakout rooms. I was kind of like giving myself a moment. And I was so nudged to join this one because I love journaling, but I haven't journaled consistently in maybe 6 months. And it's interesting because like when my husband met me, he met me as like, you got your book with you? Because I always need my book and needed to write down something. And lately I've been struggling with that. And so I think in this space, similar to what Tiffany just said, being compassionate, like I'm just being gracious to myself, like you've expressed yourself differently in these past 6 months. And so I am still processing this pouring that I didn't intentionally come here for. And so that's how I'm feeling right now.
Thank you so much, Cheyenne.
Yes.
I didn't even see you in the little box. So I just want to uplift your presence, especially as you're, supporting, holding down, uplifting the conference. And I'm grateful that you're here. And I think there's a lot of alignment in our stories, especially around like getting back into a journaling practice as like someone who loves journaling, but I'm having some ebbs and flows. So this is actually going to help me too, even as a facilitator. So I want to hear from you all too, like what has been working for you, what has been your journaling journey as well. And there's so much space in the in-between to talk about that. So thank you. Thank you everyone who's here, even if I'm missing your little boxes, because apparently I did. Okay, I want to go to the chat real quick. Oh, okay. So I just see you all chatting amongst yourself. That's cool. So I hope that this was a grounding opportunity to get us a little warmed up.
Hello.
And okay, so we are going to engage a little self-love through the senses. So this is just a fun, creative way to think about self-love as we engage every day, just from like a really somatic place. And oftentimes we may not make that connection, right? So I'm going to ask us to take a couple of minutes to think about, what does your self-love look like, feel like, taste like, sound like, smell like, right? You can write it as stanzas, like a poem. You can allow just the creativity to flow here, whatever imagery is coming up, but look like, feel like, taste like, sound like, and smell like. Okay. And I'm going to take us on screen, off screen a lot so we can do some music. We can just be together as if we're in a little room together. So you're going to see that throughout the presentation. Okay.
I gotta be thankful because I know someone lost their life today. And so every moment I endeavor to live life the righteous way, to serve with a sense of purpose and let love light the way. Even if I die today, that's just the price I pay. Just know I try to be kind and seek the divine every night and day. Gratitude for the sunrise, gratitude for the sunshine, gratitude for the moonlight. Every day feels like a new life, especially when I meditate. Take a breath and then I elevate. Everything deserves gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. Gratitude is the fruit of life, the nourishment of the soul when there's no food in sight. When your vibrations are low and you feel blue inside, gratitude is the attitude that gets you through the night. Never believe in lack of limitations. Anything can be manifested with a little appreciation. I appreciate my life. I appreciate my breath. I appreciate my sight. Gratitude for my health. Gratitude is the happiest mood. Even if I happen to lose, everything deserves gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. With a heart full of gratitude and a mind full of peace. That's how you should live. That's how you should be.
All right, how are we feeling? Do we need one more minute? Do we need a little bit more time? Self-love through the census, 2 more minutes.
Yeah, and do you mind putting the because I didn't write them down. I just about to type what does it say after taste, so we could reshare that.
Oh yes,
Share
absolutely.
the link
And
to this song because I was like, I like this.
this is Londrell
Shareable.
Gratitude. I'll put the songs in the chat too.
Thank
Let me
you.
get that.
With a heart full of gratitude and a mind full of peace. That's how you should love. That's how you stay free. Yeah. 2020 AD. I just wanna make love. I just wanna make peace. I just wanna stay free. 2020 AD. I just wanna make love. I just wanna make peace. I just wanna stay free. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude. That's my everyday attitude. Gratitude.
All right, we'll go to the end of the song if that's enough time. About 30 more seconds. All right. That was Londrell Gratitude. I see I'm going to be DJ. I see I'm going to be facilitator today. So just remind me so I can make sure to do both. And usually I have someone who's doing my presentation. So I'm doing a little bit of the all today. So just remind me, and I'm happy to like drop this to the chat. Okay, self-love through the senses. We have, what does self-love look like? What does self-love feel like? What does it taste like? What does it sound like? What does it smell like? So does anyone want to share? You could share one, you could share all, you could say it like a poem, you could say whatever is feeling called to you. What does your self-love look like through some of the senses or all of the senses?
I'll share. First off, I want to say this was lovely because I love doing like mindfulness and like sensory work. But I've never done like a reflection on self-love through the senses. So I really love this. So I kind of just wrote out the activities that I engage in that just stand out the most.
Yes.
So I said it looks like hugging myself, cuddling in bed. It feels like warmth on my body through a warm shower or bath, slow caresses when applying oils, moisturizers, and lotions to my skin. My fingers inside me and my pleasure tools when I'm stimulating myself.
Yes.
Warm tea going through my chest. It tastes like food that gives me energy. and activates feelings of nostalgia. It sounds like my binaural, solfeggio, Zen, chakra music, silence and stillness that I give myself.
I love that. Thank you, Tiffany. And I love that it's like an activity or movement practice or engaging the somatic body through your senses. I actually wrote that down. Like that is a helpful way for me to also look at self-love and help me build some of my ritual too, which we'll talk about later. Thank you.
It's interesting because you're saying that, because I'm like, there are activities that I do, but I didn't necessarily know where to put them, like prayer or
Right.
meditation,
Yeah.
or, I'm a big journaler. So I journal, if not every day, every other day,
Yeah.
and painting and coloring. So because those are all multi-sensory experiences for me, I realized like, where do I put them? They don't
Yeah,
have to be in a box, but they are also self-love for me. So
absolutely. I hear that. Right. And it might even be the way you relate to the activity or ritual. Right. So for me, meditation is like sound-based. And that could also be a feeling, right?
Okay.
But like I would probably put that in sound, maybe, right?
Okay.
But again, it's how you engage with the activity. So that's actually really helpful for me too.
Yeah, because I do silent meditations, and most of the time I have no sound. But same thing for like coloring or journaling, right? Like I'm doing something and I see it, but I'm like writing,
Yeah.
and it also feels like an extension. So
Yes.
I think this is just really cool. Thank you.
Love this. I love this so much, especially in my somatic work as a therapist. Like this really gets me activated and thinking about like, one, how to integrate this with clients, because I do journaling with clients, but also for myself, like how do I sink deeper into my own senses? Yes. Okay. Would anyone else like to share? You could share a sense, you could share your whole thing. What senses came up for you?
I forgot my smell. My smell was the scent of herbs and oils and incense.
Sense of herbs, oils, and incense. Love that. Thank you. Tammy?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for this. So my look was getting at least 7 hours of sleep,
Ooh.
hydrated skin, hair, and body. Time like now. Since Tiffany's discussion and sharing, I thought of my devotional time. My feel was happiness about my accomplishments, open to loving someone, and a kiss. My taste was water to drink, salt in the air, a nice cup of coffee, and a kiss again. Sounds like good music, waves on the beach. Smells like plantains, coffee or tea, a sweet candle.
Oh, Tammy, your responses made me feel so like tender. Like I feel really exposed right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Same. Especially adding the kiss in there. That is true.
And twice.
Kiss and touch, it definitely does. Like I had like a physical reaction as you were talking. So it's probably also your voice. The cadence of your voice is very like soothing too.
And Tammy, I love the piece about feel like open to loving myself or receiving love. Can you repeat that line?
Yeah, open to loving someone.
Loving someone.
That's what it feels like.
I wrote that down because I deeply resonate with that. And that can come with so many senses. And it's like activating some other parts of me too. So I want to pay attention to that.
And I mean romantic. Let me be clear.
Yes. Yes. Big romance. Yes. Big romance on this side. Oh, I love that. Wow. Okay. Anyone else, if anyone else wants to share what your self-love senses? What came up? This is so like creative. I'm feeling really inspired in this moment. And even if you want to, drop into the chat, that works too.
So actually I've been kind of quiet this morning because I was multitasking because I am self-loving today.
Yes.
And I am a mom of two tiny toddlers that keep me very, very busy.
Yes.
So I don't have the time a lot to unplug. So self-love for me looks like unplugging. It looks like independent time. It looks like relaxation. Well, I guess it feels like relaxation. It sounds like quiet, which I don't often enjoy. And it feels like a warm massage, which is what I was enjoying.
Yes.
And it tastes like freedom.
Yeah.
So that's how I experience it. And today, I intentionally set my day up today so that this could be, a day that I could really just love on myself. My family has been really having a hard few months, and it's as the mom, as the wife, as the the responsible adult in some of my nieces and nephews' lives. I often am the one that puts self-love behind having to love on and care for everyone else. With everything that's been going on. And so my word for 2023 was intentional. And I think that for me, it takes a lot of effort to be intentional about things for myself. I'm very intentional about loving hard on everybody else and making sure everyone else is okay. And it takes a lot for me to pay attention to my own needs. And so, I have been waiting for this day, for this conference, because I just really wanted to, experience some nuggets. I wanted to really take the time to be able to really fully engage and be present for myself so that, eventually I can check on everybody else. But today is my self-love day.
I love that. I love that. Thank you. Tamara?
Yes,
Tamara. Thank you for these offerings. Your vulnerability and taking this space and utilizing it as your own self-love ritual. Like I literally named this conference as a ritual in this presentation. So you've already like segued there and uplifting your identities, and also like how much you have to show up in all of that, right? And so to still balance self-love at the same time and utilize the space that you have is really powerful. And I'm feeling really grateful for you being here in that and to bear witness to that. Like that is really amazing. So big tender vibes. Like it's just what's happening. This is why I didn't do the journal prompts, y'all, because I wanted to open up and be here with you in all of this and experience in the ways that you all are experiencing it too. So thank you, Tamara, for being here and that sharing. And thank you all for engaging self-love through the senses. And I hope you take the opportunities to like check in this like very creative, fun, playful prompt, maybe quarterly, maybe at the end of the month, and see if it feels different, see if it tastes different, sounds different, smells different, looks different, whatever might be coming up. So just a little warm up here. Ooh, okay. In my chat, I don't feel like I'm getting updates in the chat I think something is going on. So if you wrote something, maybe try to send it to me directly. Maybe if that's not happening on you all's end, it's all good. Just let me know what you need, but you might have to send me a message directly. Okay. So our affirmation for this portion of writing is going to be, I can redefine my self-love journey. I can redefine my self-love journey, and I will have all the affirmations at the end as well. I can redefine my self-love journey. Our intention, we're going to go back to this. Our intention is, I want my self-love journey to be defined as blank, or maybe it's multiple blanks, right? I want my self-love journey to be defined as, I want my self-love journal and journey to be defined as. So we will come back to that. Okay, so I want to contextualize like this part of the conversation. I have this picture up because if I think to myself, a moment that I could look back on visually that I felt self-love, or I felt like completely in myself, lost in the moment, like just there, present, happy, but also just in that energy. It's this picture. This picture was in 2020, and I was months shy from launching my business, Soul Free Wellness, and I was so scared, and I was feeling so insecure about it. Like, who am I to be launching a business in the pandemic, in the height of the pandemic? Who's even going to care? Who's even going to need my services? Maybe this is untimely. Maybe this is problematic. Like, I had all these thoughts about launching my business in October of 2020. And so a part of me doing, this photo shoot, if you will, and if you recognize this is by the lake, closer to the downtown side. I wanted to really embody the exact opposite of what I was feeling in that moment. And I wasn't sure how I was going to do that. So this photo shoot actually gave me an excuse to do exactly that. I didn't know what was going to come about. But the person who was my photographer, her name is Marissa, we really were having a conversation, like a self-love conversation in the midst of all these pictures. It was very casual. It was almost as if we were friends and we had met before. And so she said, in this moment, she shared, do something that feels like you love yourself, you feel liberated, do something to your body. And this is exactly what came about in my body, in my energy. And this is the picture that I think of, like, that day, right? So I want us to do a little bit of that day. Like, if we could define our self-love journey, right? I want you to take 2 minutes, if you can, 2 minutes, look in your phone, if you have access to your phone, a photo of yourself. Doesn't have to be all curated, doesn't have to be like mine, a photo shoot, a photo of yourself or a symbol around your space that reminds you of your love for yourself, right? And that doesn't have to be, again, it doesn't have to be coming from a place of happiness or present or energy. It could be, there is a story to that photo and you know it, right? So I want to give us at least 2 minutes to look for either your symbol, it could be anything around your home, or in your phone, that photo. Okay, I'm gonna give us 2 minutes for that. Play a little music while you all are looking. Okay, give us a little time here. Photo or symbol.
I'm gonna look around you now. I feel a world away from where I was before. Oh, and I'm not the same. Oh, no, I'm not the same. Bang the traps that they set for us. Kept us tired, chasing time, waiting on lunch. Oh, but we're not the same. Oh, no, we're not the same. Oh, cause a lot has changed. Oh, and it's not a game. Now, prison, now I can never forget it. Bright light shining on classy, like a lighthouse in a blackout world. I don't really know, I don't really know, I don't know, no, I still believe in gold, I still
50 seconds.
believe in gold, believe in gold, believe in gold, believe in gold. I believe in gold. Ooh, yeah.
All right.
Oh, look around, you know. Hush too young.
How are we doing in looking for our photo or symbol? Got us some thumbs up. Okay, got some hand raised. Great. So for folks who may have joined, welcome, welcome. We are in the midst of some self-love journaling, and I've just asked folks to look in their phones for something that symbolizes self-love, an image that you can go back to that reminds you of self-love, even in the midst of pain or worry, anxiety, whatever shows up. So that a photo or a symbol. So that could be something around your room or your space that reminds you of self-love in some way. So if you could take some moments to do that, and thank you so much for joining. Okay, Tammy, I think you said it's hard to choose. I hear that. I hear that. There were multiple pictures that I was like, oh, what do I want to share today? But that was the strongest example, at least for me. But I hear that. One that you know that you can do a little bit of writing about and you could tell a story about. So maybe that's a little bit of a hint. Okay. All right, thumbs up or some affirmation that we can move forward for the prompt. And for folks who had just joined, if you want to continue to look, please do that. And you can just join in on the prompt whenever you're ready. Okay, Tammy, thumbs up. Okay, Cheyenne, thumbs up. I'll give us another minute here. Okay, Tamara, okay, I'll take that as a thumbs up. Thank you. Okay, how we doing? Okay, so let's get started. And again, if you're still looking, that is okay. We're just going to jump into the prompts, right? So tell a story about this picture or symbol. Describe what's happening behind either your smile, maybe even lack of smile, your body language, the colors. Imagine this photo or symbol speaking directly to you. What is it saying? What is the message here? Right? What is it telling you in this present moment? Because it might be telling you something different in the present moment than it was when you first took it or you first looked at it or that you first acquired this symbol, right? Maybe that symbol looks differently to you, right? So get creative once again and kind of just like we used our senses earlier, use your senses here, right? Take that taste, feel, smell, sound, look, right? And apply it to the story here. Okay, so we're going to dive into some more music. We're going to take some minutes here to really create a story for this visual. All right.
I'm a little wiser, baby. I'm a little learned some things, oh, baby. Finally spread my wings to save me. Yes, I lost myself, that's why I had to go. And the light came to baby, right after I forgave me. And I prayed so hard I thought I'd lose my mind. I'm a little stronger, baby.
If you have any questions, feel free to DM me. Let me know.
Tell
Come
my
off the mic.
younger self to enjoy the ride. Do you know, do you know, do you know I'm doing better? Do you know, do you know, do you know I'm doing better? I'm a little softer, baby. Fighting's exhausting, baby. After all these tears, it's time I let it go. It's kinda hard to say, my baby, when you're in pain, my baby. When your life is breaking down and it's out of your control. But then the light came, my baby, right after I forgave me. And I prayed so hard I thought I'd lose my mind. I'm a little stronger, baby. Took a little longer, maybe. Tell my younger self to enjoy the ride. Do you know, do you know, do you know that things get better? Do you know, do you know, do you know? I had to roll the rules in the dark.
Okay, about one more minute. Keep writing.
Everybody sees you falling apart. I had to roll the rules in the
Okay, 10 more seconds. Wrap up your thoughts. All right. Would anyone like to share their photo story, their symbol story? What came up? What was the message? And although you don't have to share the image, that could feel really personal, that could feel really intimate. If you would like to, you can definitely hold that photo up to your screen if you would like to share. But don't feel pressured to if it feels very personal. Yeah, I would love to hear what came up for you all.
I would like to share.
Yes.
And then I got excited about this, so I know I just was the last one to share, but I got excited, so here I am again.
Thank you for your voice. Yes.
So your picture reminded me because of the color, and I'm looking at it and it looks like it's emerald green, but it might be different. But so last year, just before my birthday, I decided to stop straightening my hair, and I had been wearing like braids for a while, so my natural curl pattern was coming about. And so when my birthday, I was like, okay, I'm gonna challenge myself to do one full year without heat. And so one day, shortly after my birthday, I had like a day 3 or 4 twist out look. And I was like, I like this. And I told my husband, I was like, I'm gonna do a photo shoot. Let's do a photo shoot in our backyard. So I had this little emerald green little dress on, and I did this photo shoot in my backyard, and I just felt so amazing and beautiful and powerful and feminine. And I had a baby in 2021, and I'm still working on the baby fat. But like I just felt amazing, and that color on my skin, I just felt like magic. And so, so emerald green became my color, and it also was kind of, I'm a May baby, so it's my birthstone. But then I was looking at, kind of the theme for my birth year, which was really like renewal and refreshing. And emerald is a color that symbolizes balance and harmony. And it actually is seen as the color of freshness and renewal. So I was like, this is awesome. So I took it as a challenge, because I'm a part of a lot of professional organizations, which, we have different events and galas and things like that. And so I decided that for every gala or big event that I attended, I was going to wear an emerald colored dress. And so, that's a challenge. You got to find something different and cute and all that kind of stuff. But then it just was like, every time I put on one of these gowns, I just, like, I don't know, it took on just this whole thing for me where I just felt so amazing and so powerful, and just, you couldn't tell me anything.
Yes.
And so, that was supposed to be it started off kind of like, oh, this is a challenge to do that. But then, like, now I feel like even in the times that I feel, like, oh, it's a hard day or a hard time, like I bought myself some emerald green nail polish, couple of different emerald green accessories. And like, I don't know, it's just a reminder for me,
I love that.
of that powerful feeling, that strong sense of femininity, the balance and harmony that I promised myself. And so that's what that brought to mind for me.
I love that. I love that. I love the emerald as like renewal. I love that you interwove like feeling feminine and also just reclaiming your own sense of beauty is what I'm hearing too. There's a part of me that wish I could see your picture, but also I'm just holding the imagery as so strong, and I can only imagine what that moment felt like. So thank you so much, Tamara, for sharing. I would love to hear one more voice. If anyone would like to share, whether it's off the mic, in the chat.
I can share.
Yes. Who's
this is Kenda.
Hi, Kenda.
I'll see if I can bring up the picture. Actually, it might be easier to share my screen than do it on my phone, because that never works very well. I'll see if I can do that while we're talking. So it's interesting because I didn't share on the last exercise, but my first for look and feel, what I wrote for what self-love looks like for me is sunshine, blue skies, smiles, vibrant colors. And what I wrote for feel was joy, warmth, lightness, action, movement, dancing, creativity. And as soon as I opened my phone, I saw this picture and I was like, oh, this isn't really even a question. It literally embodied basically everything on those two lists. And this was only a few weeks ago, so I'm sort of surprised that it wasn't fresh on my mind. But yeah, anyway, so it is at Carnival, and I was with this band that's known for being very creative, and I was really inspired by the costume, and I made a headdress to match. And one creativity and kind of arts and crafts and sewing is kind of, I look at it as like almost like a meditation for me. But sometimes I get really caught up in perfectionism, where I, have this very specific idea of how I want something to look and how I want something to be. And I think that's also a bit of a metaphor for how I can act in terms of I have such high expectations for how I want something to go that it can kind of take the joy out of it for me, because I'm so focused on it going right and going well and going as I expected. And therefore it takes the joy out of the moment. And the same thing happens in the creative process. Rather than enjoying the process in the moment, I get obsessed with like, does this look as I pictured? And I did not do that in this case with this specific project.
Yes.
I didn't have an idea in mind. I just went for it and I loved it and I felt good in my skin. And so in terms of the specific prompt, what the picture embodies for me is creativity and inspiration in a free flowing and lack of perfectionist way. And my body language shows a lack of self-consciousness, which unfortunately is not always the case for me. And if the picture spoke to me, what I wrote was, you got this, be in the moment, live. So I'll see if is this gonna work? Yeah. Let's see. Okay, let's see if I can share my screen because I have it. Oh, I think I would have to steal sharing from you.
And
That might be
I don't
too
know if I
complicated.
have,
Let's see if let me turn my background off, then it might work.
I don't think I have the capability to do that.
Yeah. No.
I just allow multiple people to share at once.
Okay.
So you should be able to
Okay,
share
let
it
me
now.
see if that'll work then. Oh boy.
So let me stop my share. And then,
Of course, it's always more complicated than you think. It's a whole system preferences scenario. Let me just turn my background off and hold it up.
ooh, thank you, Tamara, for sharing. She shared in her IG link.
Yes,
Oh,
Green. Those
that
curls
would
do
be
look
it.
good.
Okay, Kendo, what's going on? Okay.
So that's the photo.
Ooh.
Yes.
Peace.
Okay, but where were we? That is so nice.
The carnival, right?
This is at Trinidad Carnival.
Okay. Sorry,
The affirmations of you got this and like breaking down the letting go of perfectionism, right? Like that really struck me. In that it sounds like an affirmation to yourself now, but then an affirmation to yourself then as well. And I love the process that you went through to kind of unshed that insecurity about how you were showing up, how you're going to display this, how you're going to tell the story. And that's really powerful to me. So thank you so much for sharing that. And because we're low on time, which is totally fine, because again, this is a practice and you all are going to get all of these prompts. I want you to hold your story, be able to share with someone. Maybe you could challenge yourself within this conference and share with them. I know there's a sharing a little bit later, so that could be timely. Quickly, the next affirmation is, my community helps my self-love flourish. My community helps my self-love flourish. Okay. And the intention that you could also take with you, I want my community to uplift my self-love journey by or through. I want my community to uplift my self-love journey by or through. Right. And you'll get these affirmations and intentions. Okay. And so I just wanted to tell a very quick story about someone who really amplified self-love for me. And I think this is like a sensory conversation that we're having. But when I think about self-love and smell, my grandmother was a person full of like perfumes, right? And it was like, like bougie perfumes, but also just like worldly. And you could smell her before she even entered a room. And I used to tell myself, like, that's how I actually want people to feel. Like, I want people to feel my presence in that way. I want them to feel like even the sensory of smell that my grandmother like really invoked in me. Right. And so if we would think about who our self-love warriors are, you could jot this down. We can work on this for just about a minute. But again, you're going to get these prompts, right? So think of who really helped ignite self-love for you. What did you witness? What did you observe? Who is this person who introduced this concept? And again, it doesn't have to be from a positive place, right? But what were their special qualities and how did you feel in their presence? right? What did you learn about self-love? Right. So we'll take about just 2 minutes here. 2 minutes here. And Tiffany, you said I had 2 more minutes, or am I lying? Did I make that up?
You have about 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would say 3 because this session's over at 12:15 and
Okay.
it's 11. So yeah.
Sounds good. Okay. Take 1 minute here. Maybe 1 minute, see the visual, think about the qualities, share with this community later.
I felt this before, and I can't afford to cry. I got work in the morning, I got bills, I got family ties. You play with the piece of me, I try not to reason with, not trying, you made it clear. Wonder why you even here. Don't you know?
Hold on to this prompt. Hold on to the prompts. Right. And be able to, just connect and share with the community a little bit later. Who is this self-love warrior? Maybe you met one today, right? How do you feel in the presence of this space? Right. So ultimately, building a self-love ritual can look like all the things that we actually talked about today, right? So an affirmation here is that I can create an intentional self-love practice. I can create a intentional self-love practice. Like Tamara said, this was her self-love practice for the day, right? It could be that simple. And so the intention is my self-love rituals and practices will be, what will they be? And from the conversations today, some of it looks like healthy relationships, thinking about healthy relationships, how you're going to dive into a healthy relationship with yourself, right? So this conference, right? Moments of gratitude journaling. I heard self-pleasure and body nourishment, right? Thinking about pleasure, right? How do you fill yourself up and nourish yourself? Intentional quiet moments. I think Tamara also said quiet moments, right? That's what self-love sounds like and feels like. Building an affirmation practice, right? These affirmations that I've crafted, these are for you, right? So a takeaway that we're actually just going to end on and that I want you to reflect on post the conference is, how did you practice self-love this week? And how do you want to practice self-love going into the new week? Right? And we're about to close soon. I've shared some of my practices, but I want to just land on, I just want to land on the affirmations so that you know you have them, right? These are the affirmations. I can redefine my self-love journey. My community helps my self-love flourish, and I can create an intentional self-love practice, right? Which is exactly what we're doing here today. And I appreciate you all being here with me. I know we had to rush through some of the prompts, but you will have these. You can take them with you. It is really about diving into a new ritual that can hopefully serve you. So thank you for being with me today. And thank you for all of your comments and your stories and sharing. That's what really matters to me. And I hope to connect with you all soon.
Just some love and gratitude to our 2 breakout room hosts, Robin and Tiana, not together, but separate. You guys were amazing. Self-love. Okay, so we're going to go on a 15-minute break, but I want to remind you guys 2 things. The first thing, if you are enjoying this experience, please go to cococoalition.org and become a subscriber, or go to coccocoalition.org and make a donation, because life isn't free. And so we want to make sure that we're pouring into the nonprofit space. Every dollar matters. If you're feeling inspired, like, hey, this could have been a therapy session. Therapy would have been $150. Drop that $150 to Cocc, okay? But we just want to thank you guys. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. I'm going to play some music, and I want to just keep this second reminder just on our minds, on our tongues, and our spirit. The theme today is creating new possibilities, building new habits, embracing your fears, and creating the life you want. I have touched on every single one of those points just from experiencing this. So I'm really looking forward to coming back in 15 minutes at around 12:30 to have our second panel discussion on intention setting and manifesting. So I'll play a little gems. I'm inspired. I'm on the Erykah Badu vibe right now. And so I'll play my Erykah Badu playlist, and, feel free to take a walk, grab some water, tea, coffee, practice some of those self-love routines we were talking about in our journaling class. And we will see you guys shortly. Bring it in. Give it to the end of the song, about another minute before we start. Hope you guys enjoy my Erykah Badu vibe. I know you guys want to listen to that one, but we gotta start so we can keep ourselves on time. Looking good. If you guys are back in here, if you could drop in the chat or put an emoji up in the reactions, just so we know that we're all in present. Okay. Seeing some reactions. All right. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I had a moment of just like, I was sitting here behind me on my rug, just like with my back on the floor, my feet up, letting like my oxygen, my blood flow through my body. And I was like, wow, I didn't expect I've been having such an amazing time. And, it's always hard to do these things virtually. And I feel like the Cocc Coalition team has facilitated just an amazing workshop and conference for us. And I'm very excited to start our second panel. And so if you're just joining us, or you're joining us midday, or hopped in earlier, just want to let you guys know, my name is Cheyenne Smith. I'm the moderator of today's conference. I am a friend of Cocc. I have benefited from their brunches all the way on, and I'm so grateful to be in a space that uplifts and amplifies Black women's health, Black women's mental health, and wellness. And so in our first panel, we talk about healthy relationships. If you were here, drop some gems that maybe you took off, like you took away in the chat, just to share with some of our sisters. Maybe you caught a note that somebody else didn't share. I know I really took a lot of notes on boundaries, on communications. And my favorite one with boundaries was traffic lights, right? Knowing when to go, stop, and slow down, and that boundaries are for us, not for other people. And I that was one of the things that I'm still sitting with, still. And so as we transitioned, we went into 2 breakout sessions: self-love through journaling and self-love through self-pleasure. I joined the journaling session. It was amazing. I screenshotted, I wrote down the song, and I still have some moments that took away here in my journal. So I'm thankful. So we're just now coming back from a break, and we're going to go into our second panel, which is intention setting and manifestation. Listen, this is so timely, you know what I mean? I feel like intention setting and manifestation happens so often. It happens on a day-to-day in the micro, right? Like, I'm going to get through my list today. I'm going to get through my to-do list. Then it goes through sort of like in seasons, like in this season, I'm intentional about myself. Then it goes through in years, right? Like, okay, this year, my focus is embracing, I'm making this up. And And then sometimes it goes into seasons that take years, right? Like in my master's program, my intention is to build relationships, or, in this job, my intention is to build my platform, whatever it may be. And so I'm so thankful to have a conversation on intention and manifestations as we continue to identify opportunities for our overall wellness and mental health, right? And healthy relationships and intention setting and manifestations, I believe, are a part of those everyday activities and moments that make sure that we're well and healthy as Black women. The last thing I'll say before I introduce our lovely panelists is that our theme is creating new possibilities, building new habits, embracing your fears, and creating the life that you want, right? And so if you're feeling encouraged, please subscribe at cocccoalition.org. If you're feeling in a giving spirit, please make a donation to this amazing nonprofit social enterprise so this work can continue to grow on an international level as Cocc Coalition continues to impact Black women in the African diaspora across the world. I remember one of the brunches being in Africa. I feel like it was in South Africa, maybe Ghana. I'm sorry if I'm missing.
Well, we had one in South Africa and in Ghana. So you
okay,
right.
see, listen, okay, international, continental, all of those things, and so I'm so amazing. So I'll go into introducing our panelists, and excuse me, let me scroll. Here we go. So our panelists, I'll first like to introduce Jazz Hudson. Jazz Hudson is an award-winning artist, speaker, educator, and young girl advocate who serves a host of communities facilitating transformation and healing through art. With a holistic approach to content and development, her interdisciplinary work engages audiences in dialogue and activism that extend beyond the page and stage. Jazz has over 13 years of experience as a keynote performer, educator, and consultant for corporate, educational, nonprofit, and community-based organizations. She has expertise in facilitating experiential workshops on issues of race, gender, class, hip hop and arts, and radical healing. Jazz leads and designs workshops that utilize oral and written traditions to reclaim and define the self. So please give an emoji or drop some love for Jazz Hudson, our first panelist. Excuse me. Next, I'd like to introduce Keita Love. Hi, Jazz. Keita Love of Master Manifestor Co. is a Reiki master, empowerment guide, and spiritual artist who helps people move from survival mode to thriving mode. As a hypersensitive, ex-people-pleasing empath, it is her goal to help you shift from self-sabotage and negative ways of thinking. Her goal is to have you embody self-love and compassion so you can manifest and live your most authentic life. Welcome, Keita. And listen, I love your hair wrap. I noticed that when I first came back from the break. Thank you for being here. Next, I'd like to introduce Nabila Nebulosity Wasi, wellness entrepreneur and founder of Mind, Body, Soul Wellness. She is an educational educator, a program management professional, certified holistic health coach, yoga teacher, meditation guide, community organizer, researcher, multi-genre storyteller, abolitionist, and dream cultivator. She is passionate about women's leadership development, all things holistic wellness, coalition building, social impact storytelling, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and transformation coaching. For her commitment to leadership and social justice, she was selected for the Champions for Change Leaders of Color Fellowship. Please welcome Nabila Nebulosity Wasi. Thank you guys for coming. I just want to listen, Black women are credentialed, okay? You guys are amazing. I love how we know how to express and tell ourselves, like, this is who I am. And I appreciate that. So thank you guys for joining us today on our panel on intention setting and manifestation. So I will start off the panel and just asking questions, and they're open for anyone. So if you feel led to answer first, they're not going to be directly related, direct towards any specific person. So the first question is, how would you define or describe intention setting or manifestation? And you
Hi,
can
beautiful
choose either.
people.
Go ahead. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
what were you gonna say?
No, I was saying you can choose either one, intention setting or manifestation.
So I feel like intention setting is the concept of getting very clear on what your needs and what your desires and what your wants are. It allows you to have a blueprint for when you are looking to manifest something. So the more that you get clear, the more you're able to check in with yourself, to ground in with yourself, to make sure that you are continuing to walk on the path that is in alignment for you.
I'm like, do we just jump in like double dutch?
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. I'm sorry. I apologize, you guys weren't if you guys weren't at the first one. Yeah, it's just open, right? I'll ask the question, you guys can hop in. We've been feeding off of each other, going back and forth, and then after that, I'll just transition into the next one.
Okay. Well, greetings, everybody, and greetings to everyone on the panel. It's so nice to see you all. Just in general, when we talk about like intention setting and manifestation, the first thing that comes to mind, and that is a really deep belief for me, is that we live in a creative universe. And because we live in a creative universe, we all have an innate ability to create the life we desire. Whether if we're consciously aware of it or not, it's something that's happening consistently. So when I think about intention setting, to me, it's a clear signal to the universe. It's deliberate. It's a calling of the experiences you wish to receive. It's like, it's a deep commitment. Every time you set an intention, it's a request beyond your consciousness. So for me, that's what intention setting is. And then manifestation for me comes about like once we start to remove and shift from our limiting beliefs.
I love it. I love it. Well, I guess I'll jump in, and I first want to affirm what both of these beautiful women just said, and peace and blessings, everyone. I love talking about intentions and manifestation because I think that for me, it's also centered in our liberation, because it's also first and foremost recognizing that we have autonomy. We have autonomy over our lives. We have autonomy over our bodies. And that, as Jazz said, we are creators also in this universe. And so in order to align our intentions with our actions, excuse me, we're first and foremost honoring that I am a creator. I am worthy, and I am free. I am free to do this, and I'm a participant. And I think looking at society, how our locus of control is so often taken away from us, especially as women, as Black women. For me, this is a part of my liberation to live an intentional life and to see the manifestation of my intentions, the proof in existence that my thoughts do have power, that I do have energy that sends out frequencies in a universe that does have the power to shape events. And then that first and foremost, all change starts within me. So that's the way I look at it.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm like typing my notes.
Actually, we're such a call and response community. That's why I had to mute my mic, because I'm like,
No,
Okay.
this is a Black women safe space. So listen, we are all snapping. We've been amening in the chat. So please feel free to show up how you would show up in any space. Like I said earlier, in my mind, I'm in Inglewood, I sip in Sonder. All of us are in the same space. The vibes are brewing. And so feel free to be your whole self. So if you want to amen, chat, call and response, all of that, it is definitely welcome.
I love it.
So the next question is, what are the benefits of intention setting and manifestation?
Setting intentions and manifesting allows you to reclaim and reimagine your life. It allows you to put yourself in the driver's seat. It allows you to stand in your power. And like we were talking about earlier, being Black women, we have so many things thrown at us. And so when we take a moment to set intentions and to know where we're going and to not be distracted by the noise that's constantly thrown at us, baby, that is the benefit of setting intentions and manifesting.
Anybody else wanted to hop in on this one?
I agree with everything that Kita said. It's all of that. I think it is becoming a conscious creator, right? When you start your day in intention, you start your day in intention with the alignment to manifest something. You are no longer letting the day or your environments determine your mood, but you're taking control. You're determining what you want things to be, and it's stepping into that power that Kita was talking about. You're becoming a conscious creator. And I think, I mean, I don't know what's more empowering than having control over your life, being able to step into your destiny and align with what is yours already and say, you know, I did this because, you know, I focused on it. I put that thought there. This is something that I wanted, and now I can see it. I can feel it. I can breathe it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ashe. And I also want to add that I feel that one of the benefits is the result, and not the end result, right? Because when we align our intentions with actions, we have to release it to outcome. But the result in that we're actually doing what we set out to do. I mean, think about how everyone wants to know what's the secret to motivation. We all want the motivation hacks. Everybody's on, you know, these interwebs trying to inspire each other because we're all looking for motivation, but usually motivation follows the action, right? And if we're intentional about how we're living, then we're showing up how we want to show up. And that in itself is very powerful. It's very inspiring for us to keep on doing what we want to do. And it also improves it improves our chances of us actually hitting our targets. If we're not intentional and we have a goal, we have a bullseye, and let's say that we're just shooting in the dark, we're just randomly shooting, we're probably not going to hit our target. But if we're intentional and we're showing up in that way and we're aiming and we're putting that energy into hitting that bullseye, then we increase our chances of, you know, achieving what we're setting out to achieve. And that to me is the ultimate benefit. And even if I don't hit that bullseye, I know I was in alignment. I know I showed up. I gave it my best self. So either way, it's win-win because I'm doing what I set out to do.
That is so powerful. Yeah, go. You were gonna hop in, Jasmine?
I was just saying that what Nabila was saying is it's almost like your intentions are like it's a blueprint. Like it's a blueprint of an aligned action. To get to that point of manifestation, you have to get to that moment of like clarity. And I like how you said it's not about like the end result. Like it is the acting, it's the movement of it. And I think sometimes when people are talking about intentions and manifestation, they're like, you know, it sounds very woo-woo. It's like, oh, full moon, write in your journal, new moon. All you gotta do is meditate, go wish on that star. And then you be like, but what happened? You know, and the action is something that's currently moving. And it's like, you know, you have this blueprint that's gonna get you in alignment. I just was, you know, sharing, or I like to do this a lot, taking in the sentiments of what Nabila said.
I love it. Thank you.
I love that. Intention requires action is what I just wrote.
Mm-hmm.
So what was coming up for me when you all were talking was how often are we honest and telling the truth to ourselves about what we desire and what we want?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know about you, but growing up as a Black woman, like sometimes there was not space to acknowledge what my real desires were. I had to be in a mode where it was all about survival. And so when I started being honest about what I wanted, that's when those like clear thoughts started coming in. And that's when the manifestations start to hit. Because you're like, oh, okay, I have to stop being afraid to receive what I know is my birthright.
Yes. Well, again, my slight pauses are because as I'm moderating, I'm being poured into at the same time. Okay. And being honest about what you want is important for intentions, right? That's why I took away in this long note I just wrote. We mentioned this a bit, but I definitely want to dig a little bit deeper because this space is particular for women of the African diaspora, Black women, and we don't often get to have like these safe spaces where it's just us. And so I really want to maybe dig a little bit deeper into why is intention setting and manifestation important for Black women?
I guess I'll just lead in that in affirming what a lot of the other panelists have already spoken about, but kind of elaborate off of that a little more. You mentioned earlier about reclaiming autonomy, but I also feel like it's rewriting a script, right? It's rewriting a script that society tried to superimpose on us to tell us how we should view ourselves, both externally and internally. And then sometimes that becomes this confirmation bias and we start seeing it within our own community. And when we're intentional and we're manifesting, we're first and foremost operating from this vantage point that we are worthy. We are worthy of abundance. We are worthy of whatever goodness that we want to wish our way, and a lot of times we have these limiting beliefs that keep us from manifesting because we don't feel worthy. We're afraid to be honest about what we really want and desire because we have a limiting belief that says that we can't have this. So, and first and foremost, dismantling this limiting belief with basking in the fact that we are worthy. Black women are worthy of all the beauty and goodness in the world, all the light and love that our heart can hold, and even that overflowing because we're going to give it back, right? We're going to spill it over and pour it into our families and in our communities. So for me, I think that's what's so powerful, because the biggest secret is that, we do have this superpower. And once we know that we have this superpower, the amazing things that we could do.
The statistics on Black women being entrepreneurs is proof enough. Like once we realize that we do not have to manifest our lives looking through the white gaze, the things that flow through our bodies that we create are untouchable. So we have to continue to lean into that space of tapping into our ancestors, tapping into our gifts, because that is how we create a whole new society. We are the pioneers of this.
Mm-hmm. I'm there. There is a quote that says, until Black women are free, none of us can be free. And I believe that if on a scientific level, on a historical level, the birth of civilization happened in the motherland, right? And so we're the epicenter, we're the source of it. And even when I would learn those facts through history, like I would always feel myself kind of pull back, like, well, I don't want to, denounce anybody else, or I don't want to seem, braggadocious, right? And so it's that conditioning that I can't liberate myself, or I can't bring about my healing in the space without having to always consider somebody else's liberation first. Mm-hmm. And I always tell my children, like, if your compassion doesn't include yourself first, it's incomplete. And so the healing of Black women being first, right? In order to heal all of us, this is why the manifestation and the intention setting is important for Black people, Black women in particular, right? If we're the birth of civilization, right, then and we don't know why we're here, we're not clear on what we want to do, we have so much noise, so much stress, so much weight and burden, and feel broken that we don't even have the time to stop and center ourselves first, then that's a problem, And so this is why that healing is important. And I think it's on all levels. It's mind, body, spirit, emotions, right? It's health. And I think that the intention setting and the manifestation of Black women, that healing of Black women happening, like you both spoke to, it's ancestral. I'm not just doing this for me. I'm doing this for the 7 generations before me that I represent, and the 7 generations that'll come after me. And if we get that now, the future is beautiful. It's bright.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so Many of us have never done this, right? We probably have done the I don't want to say shallow, but the most, common level of intention, right? Like I'm cross off my to-do list, but as we shared, there are different forms. And so the first question I want to ask is, how does one practice manifestation? How do you practice that? Like, what is it? How do you do that?
What comes to mind for me is knowing that you are worthy. And there are different ways that I practice manifestation, different tools that I use. She's a girly that loves affirmations, okay? Talk to me nice. Whether that be through music or me affirming myself, me writing it down, me journaling. That is a way where I continue to rewire my brain and create those new synapses for me to know that I can have whatever I desire and want. I just have to be steadfast in that vision, bless and release it, and know that I am going to continue to use my intentions to check in with myself to say, hey, so your goal right now is to be comfortable being uncomfortable. Is this activity that you put on your schedule going to allow you to grow inside of that space? Yes, then let's do it. And so I practice manifestation by continuing to heal myself, continuing to use different tools that allow me to lean into that new belief that I'm creating for myself, blessing and releasing, and allowing the things to flow to me as they may. I don't hold on to how they're going to come, okay? Because sometimes these things just be popping up and you're like, hold up. Like, all right, let me put myself in position to continue to receive what I called into my life. So it's just that overall arching belief of embodying what you know to be your truth before life happened, before fear happened, before distractions happen.
I love that. And that's why for me, the affirmation piece is directly tied to meditation. I am a huge meditation fan and practicer, meditation guide. I think that we need more Black women who are meditation guides. I think that we need to feel safe in the guidance of the meditation guide. And in the past, I never felt that. My meditation teacher was actually a Black male, and he taught me how to feel safe in the guidance of a meditation guide and encouraged me to give this gift to so many other people. But there's so much healing, and this is even backed by science. This isn't like this new age, foo-foo stuff. But I mean, we are literally sending energetic frequencies throughout our body that heals our body on a cellular level. Right. And if you think about all diseases ultimately tied to what? To stress, cortisol levels. Right. And when we're breathing, I feel that it's also a way that we're connecting to the divine. We're connecting into divine support to heal that separation anxiety that we feel, of feeling unsupported in the universe and feeling that everything has to come from us and our efforts. We're also breathing into our ancestors, who without them, we wouldn't even be here. We wouldn't have any breath, right? And we're breathing into all of this divine support. And we're sending new signals to our body to heal our body. And so I try to couple that with affirmations, with new messaging to my body, to tell my body that I am worthy, that I am enough, just the way that I am without trying. And also to do what I consider a judgment detox. I think the key to healing, the key to manifestation and leveling up is that we have to learn how to not judge ourselves, right? If we're judging ourselves for everything that we do, that we've done, that we desire, right? We're never going to manifest goodness in our life. We're just going to cloud everything with fear and unworth. So to just not allow myself a time in the day where I can just breathe into the support and not judge myself for feeling tired or feeling overwhelmed or whatever I'm feeling in pain, and to just breathe and to just let myself just be. When can we really just be, right? Without having to perform and do something for someone and for other people, right? So for me, that healing comes through this divine support and meditation. And through doing this, I'm creating new neural pathways in my brain. I'm dismantling the limiting beliefs that are telling me why I can't do something, right? So it has an amazing ripple effect.
I agree with all of that. I like the like removing the judgment and like really just taking account of how hard we all are on ourselves sometimes, as Black women, as mothers, like, and just in all the different roles and things we play. For me, manifestation, it shows up in many different ways, but one thing I've been working on specifically is this process of visualization. And so for me, manifestation is about aligning my conscious intent with visualization. And the visualization is the practice of being able to see and envision myself in a desired outcome or in a desired place of being. I was taking notes as you were talking about the affirmation piece. So I'm gonna shake it up a little bit. I think affirmations are everything. They're powerful. I have clothes that have affirmations on it. In my bathroom, there's affirmations on my mirror. But something I've been really shifting to like catapult myself into manifestation is doing affirmations instead of affirmations. And that affirmation is like, I am rich, right? And on a philosophical level, on a gratitudinal level, we are rich, right? But when I'm saying that and I'm talking about I am rich, typically I'm talking about like the financial gain I want to get to, right? Where I see myself in terms of prosperity and abundance as it relates to money. Because for me, money is an energy, it's a frequency. But the affirmation is challenging the lie. The lie is I'm not Bill Gates rich yet, right? And my body knows when I'm not telling the truth. My body knows when I'm not speaking something that really is, right? And so there is already a certain resistance, but the affirmation is starting to shift the doubt. So what Nabila was talking about, like creating these new synapses. So instead of saying I'm rich when I do my affirmations, I say something like, how did I become rich? And my brain starts to visualize and shift. And it's like, okay, I know I'm rich innately. And I know I want to get to this other state of being rich. So when I say, how do I become rich? I then go through all the steps of how I got to when I'm seeing myself like, you know, Oprah Rich, Michelle Obama, whatever the state is. I'm just throwing out like some of the prominent Black women people talk about a lot, right? Why did I get successful in my business? So by asking these questions, we make it easier in our mind to accept and create the truths and the realities that we want. So for me, that's become a big part of my manifestation is my visualizations. And my visualizations of that, when I'm doing that, it's not even like I'm seeing this picture of myself with the outfit I want and my locks decked out a certain way. It's actually, instead of me being an audience in my life, I become the actor in my life. I'm seeing and I'm doing my visualization in first person. So if I'm somewhere in Paris right now, only working 2-hour days, and I'm taking my mornings to reset and drink my coffee in Paris, I don't see myself sitting at the table drinking the coffee. I literally see my hand moving to my mouth drinking the coffee. So that's one component of what manifestation is. And when I start to talk about the steps to it, it's that visualization. And oftentimes the visualization does come and what Keita would talk, or what Nabila was talking about, breath and meditation, right? And then what Keita was saying around this piece of being honest, right? Being very honest and being clear about our desires and the things that we want.
Wow. I'm like, I love that. Seeing yourself as not seeing yourself at the coffee shop, but seeing yourself at your hands, your movement. And that's such a shift. And I want to tell you, when I just did that, we did a grounding earlier, and we had visualized some things, right? And so what I did when you said that was like, I tried to visualize myself to the, like, I'll just share. It was like, I'm in communication, so I want to do more. I don't know. I it's like, I want to be the speaker of something, like not the speaker of the house, but something like that. Right. And so instead of like looking at myself do it, I kind of like saw myself walking up to the podium, but I'm not going to lie, I got scared. It was like this feeling that I got was like, whoa, it was like, that was powerful. And so, I like that. And I'm going to try that more, because usually I would lean out like, okay, let me switch back to the other visualization because I was comfortable there. But thank you for that, because that was a challenge, but I have never heard that before. I'm going to move over.
I also want to be clear that I'm not saying that we deal away with our affirmations. I think they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
Something my father used to say, he'd be like, Jazz, it's your stinking thinking, right? And so we're talking about shifting the limited beliefs. So I need to take the stinking thinking away, and I need to hear it. I need to see it. I am this, I am that. I am healing, I am wealth and abundance. But if I'm saying that I'm at optimal health and wellness, right? But then I'm still skipping my meals in the day. I'm still staying up to 12 a.m. because I'm telling myself, if I get this done, it's going to make tomorrow better. And I might have less workload, but I'm exhausted at the end. And I still don't have time to rest because my schedule doesn't permit it. Then there's a problem. So I think they both go hand in hand.
Yeah, you didn't have to come for me like that. I'm just saying. I know you didn't mean to, but you didn't. You're like, okay, Shane, I'm talking to you. Okay, thank you so much. And I know that was a lot about manifestation, if there's any difference, but I wanted to be intentional about asking, how does one practice intention setting? If you can share some tips, if you can share some ways that you guys can do that. If you can talk a little bit about practicing intention setting.
Well, I'll chime in because there's actually something that I wanted to speak to about what Jazz just said. But first and foremost, I just want to say that intentionality happens every moment of the day, right? I think that we should first have a morning ritual and first intend to have a ritual, because the ritual is what's going to keep us on target on days when we don't feel like it, right? And we just want to derail. And to have a morning ritual and to start our day intentionally, knowing that we woke up for a reason. We were chosen to wake up. There are a lot of people who go to bed and don't wake up, and we woke up for a reason. And every day have this purpose. And we have little micro moments where we can have intentions. Right. I think that so many of us, we want to just be so organized about everything. And it's like, how can I have a calendar? How can I sit down? How can I do this? And I think that there's levels to it. And that's what Jazz was speaking to before, but with the action, the affirmations, right? So we have the affirmations and the affirmation, because there's levels to it. Right. And I think that the thing with a lot of us is that we have good intentions. We want to execute, but so many times there's a barrier. There's something that's getting in the way from us executing. And I think it's really important that we find a way to explore that. So I usually actually work with people on dismantling their limiting beliefs, because let's say eating healthy. We all want to eat healthy. We want to go to the gym. We want to do these things, but then we're not, right? We're still pulling up to McDonald's. We want to try Cardi B's new meal. We're still, skipping the gym, and, we might be watching a workout video, eating a donut, right? Just fascinated, like, this is interesting, right? And so we want to be the one working out, but there's something in the way, right? And it's deeper than, just ditch the donut and judge yourself and all these other things. So what I like to do is a little exercise where I meditate, because this allows me to, as we've been mentioning, to tell the truth. There's no healing, there's no transformation that will ever happen if we can't tell the truth. Tell the truth about what it is, what's your goal, okay? Identify one goal, let's say it's working out, and then ask yourself, why am I not doing it? And as you're telling the truth and you're writing down all these truths, you will see that that's what your limiting beliefs are. I don't have time. I'm too tired. Oh, I don't look good in my gym clothes anymore, right? I can't afford this membership, right? These are all limiting beliefs. And then we need to go back and give ourselves some affirmations to say, okay, well, if the gym is too expensive, we'll work out from YouTube. We'll work out on an app. We'll go for a walk every day. We'll make a commitment and just shoot down our own limiting beliefs. And that's how we go from just thoughts to actually moving into action and breaking through our barriers that are keeping us from acting out our intentions and doing what we actually are setting out to do.
So the space that I'm personally in with intention setting at the moment, I don't know if there's any air signs in here, um, but sometimes it can be really challenging to land on something because you see so many possibilities, and it's so exciting to just kind of, I guess, what's the word? Quantum, like jump through different timelines and like check out, play peekaboo with somebody like, hey, I like this. Hey, I don't like this. So one way that's been allowing me to ground myself when it comes to intention setting is taking a moment to recognize where I am and creating gratitude around that. So I'll take stock in what I've done well, what areas of improvement I can make, and I'll also see what I want to amplify in my life. And normally, what I want to amplify is a great way to start and to ground myself for what intention I want to set moving forward. And so that's the space that I've been in lately with intention setting.
I was gonna say that that's where I'm at right now. I'm with gratitude. Like I'm with gratitude. And for me, a piece of that gratitude is like noticing and recognizing that I made it this far to the moment in my life because I had everything I needed for each one of those moments, and that I will continue to have the things that I need for the moments to follow. I feel like, faith is a choice. And so you could choose to have faith and believe that you'll always have the things that you need. And let that be the desire for wanting more. Like oftentimes there's anxiety around us wanting more, right? And I think when you're in the spirit of gratitude, it allows you to move into a space of peace and to be more inspired about your wants for more versus stressed out on like the things you need and how you're going to get it. For me, that's what it is. Like the practice of gratitude is putting yourself in the state of mind to open doors. Gratitude is the master key. And if I could say, if people are like, how do I get started on intention setting? How do I get started on manifestation? It's that. It's like it's expressing appreciation for what you have and making that the first response in your shift. Versus even every time you feel discouraged, like that's the first response to when I feel discouraged. And for me, I can find gratitude in everything around, from the small pieces, right, to the clothes on my body, to the fact that I have a refrigerator to go to, even if it's not all the food that I want, there's a refrigerator to go to. And when I roll by curbside communities or see people who are displaced and they don't even have a house, right, or a home or shelter. So on the basic level, it's that practice of gratitude. And of course, we can make it bigger and bigger based off of whatever's happening in your life and your reality. And then the other piece that I wanted to share, when you move into the intention setting and the manifestation and the visualization, right, it's the contrast. So there's something that happens, like what Nabila was saying, if it's like, I have this desire to get fit, to get healthy, and then it's your desire, right? So then you become clear. Once you have that feeling, you become clear. And I'm just saying, I saw Creed yesterday, and my father was a boxer, my grandmother was a wrestler, a boxer, and I used to be in really good health and fitness. And I know contact sports, we talking about signs, I'm a fire sign. Contact sports as a fire sign has always been something that was a good outlet for me. So I'm watching Creed and the music playing, the emotions going. I'm stalking my partner. He like, yo, stop hitting me. What's going on? I'm like, I don't know. I feel amped up, right? And then that desire or that passion sparked up with me and it resonated. So it was like, what I decided was, okay, how can I turn this frequency in a point of manifestation? Like, no, I'm not about to become Michael B. Jordan. Like, that's not the goal. But if the goal is for you to want to express or have a physical outlet to be able to get in shape or emote or feel strong and powerful, then the next part is the receptivity, like the trusting and the receiving, right? Because we do all this, you do the manifestation, you do the meditation, you do the positive mind frame, right? But you also have to believe and trust that all the seeds and all the things that you've done are now going to come. And that is not a situation of force. That is ease. That is stillness, you know? So I've been working on that. And I think another piece of that is like engaging in your emotions. Like we cannot leave that out. That's a real part of who we are and where we are. And when people talk about these powerful tools that have been around for centuries and that are innately in us, you sometimes feel shame because if you feel in your emotions or dealing with what folks be like, oh, low frequency vibration food, lower chakra stuff, like it's all a part of our being and who we are. So engaging in those emotions and your senses is very key to get to a point of where you are starting to move and breathe through things and situations and transition into situations easier. But yeah, that's for me. That's how I've been working on embodying abundance and prosperity, all that good stuff.
Come on, self-awareness.
I am here for it. I haven't seen Creed yet. Like I tell Lee, sit one seat apart because I'm always the one watching the movie and then I got to do what I just saw. So.
Yeah.
No, thank you. And I want to wrap up with this one last question for you guys to individually answer and walk us through. Can you describe how you would guide someone through intention setting or manifestation? And just teach us some things we can walk away with. And I'll let whoever feels led to speak first go.
So if I have you all's consent, I would like to walk you all through like a quick 2-3 minute meditation, if you all are open to that.
I am. Yes, please.
Okay. So if you're in a safe space, feel free to close your eyes and get into your body and allow a protective white light to cover you from the crown of your head to soles of your feet. See your most authentic self on a stage, beaming in this universal light. This light is one of protection and infinite love. You are safe to reimagine and envision a life that feels like a dream. How do you feel when you think about this dream life? What are you doing? Where are you? What are you wearing? Who is around you? What are you learning and experiencing? Fearlessly lean into the vision. This is your manifestation. Breathe into it. Unapologetically breathe deep into it. Inhale and bring this life to you. Exhale to bless and release how or when it will show up. You fully believe, see, and embody this version of your most authentic self. It's time to set an intention that will ground you on this journey of manifestation. You already know where you're going. What intention can you set that will remind you to stay the course?
Do you want to set an intention that allows you to tap into a certain emotion? Do you want to live a life where you are inspired? Then you will set the intention, I am inspired. You will be able to check in with yourself as you're moving throughout your day and ask, does this inspire me? Do you want to choose to set an intention that is about physical embodiment? Do you strive to live as a creative? You can affirm, I am a creative, and then take inspired action. You'll be able to ground yourself in your truth and make sure you are continuing to align with your most authentic self. Breathe into this intention and feel these words in your heart. Now that you are wrapped in the most authentic, protected, and loving energy, the version of you on the stage is standing firm in their existence. The curtains rise and you are now living in your truth. And whenever you're ready, feel free to come back to the space. So that's like a little quick meditation of what I would do. Just a little peekaboo.
A little taste. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Whoever's led to go next.
I love that. I definitely root my practices in meditation, and I love being led by you, Kita. So thank you so much for that. I think it's so important for us to get inside the feelings that we want, because that's the best way of bringing things to us, because we don't know how the outcomes are going to, unfold, right? We don't know how things are going to turn out. And I think that if we could get inside the feeling, then we allow the miracles to happen. We allow things to manifest how they're supposed to. So yeah, I do something similar with that. And then afterwards, we would go into a journaling exercise, because I think that this is how we get to the root of our truths. We've been saying this over and over again, but like the telling the truth thing, that is just so critical, right? Because a lot of times we don't know why we want something. Maybe we want it because we think it's expected of us to want something. Maybe society expects this of us. Maybe we think that it's going to make us feel a certain way, and it won't. So maybe what we're really looking for is the feeling. At the end of the day, we're looking for the feeling at the core of everything. Even if we say, I want to be rich, or I want this relationship, what we're really looking for at the end of it is maybe love, maybe admiration, maybe respect. There's some type of feeling that we're going after. So I think that the best way to align our intentions is to align with the feeling of what we want, and getting clear through these exercises on what we want. It allows us to get inside the feeling of having it. And then that way we're operating from a space of abundance, not of a space of scarcity, of lack, that something is wrong with us, that we need to change, that we need to improve something. As Jazz mentioned about that, starting from this space of like gratitude, I think that's everything. That's everything for transformation, because society has made so much money on telling us that something's wrong with you, that you're not enough, that you have to do this, you have to do that. And so sometimes we're not manifesting out of a positive space, and we're not setting intention out of a positive space. And so if we start and root and ground this in cultivating gratitude and abundance, that I'm already in abundance, and this is how I attract more abundance, attracts more abundance, then I think that that's a good place to start the intention path. And then we got to get into the limiting beliefs. We got to do that too. And I wish I had time if I could do that with you all, because it's very powerful. Because every time I even do the exercise with myself, what's really most amazing, and all of my clients say the same thing, is that what they realize is that the voice from the limiting beliefs is usually not even ours. And it's usually so silly when we see it written down of what's stopping us. We're like, really, that's the best excuse I could come up with, right? And we start shooting down our own limiting beliefs just as we're writing, and we're like, no, scratch that. I got this, I could do this, and we're solving it actively and untangling actively at the same time. So I think it's very powerful to do that. And I would just, as it's not homework, but like some soul work. If you're ever feeling that you're hitting that barrier of not being able to achieve something, then allow yourself some time to have some breath, do some journaling, and ask yourself, what is stopping me? And write them down. And for everything that you wrote down that's stopping you, come in and affirm yourself with a way for you to overcome that. And then you can see on your own paper, from your own writing, that you actually have the solutions already within you. Everything's already within you.
Everything's already within you. Jazz, would you like to close us out on this last one, please?
Jay, I'm starting with Kita's Kita's meditation. And then I'm going into a state of being honest. I would say just, there's so many different tools and things you can use for manifestation, from journaling to meditating to, creating lists, vision boards, and all of that. And the simplest way I started, because one thing I realized is that even as a practitioner, I know the things that I need to do to be in wellness. But when I was talking to my own therapist, she was just like, what do you do to get grounded? And I started giving her all the things. Oh, I meditate, I go for hikes, I walk, I do this. And she said, so how much of that are you doing right now? I said, I'm not really doing it. And I wasn't doing the things that I knew helped me to be grounded, because I was disassociating. Life was becoming way too much that even those things, even though they helped me and I felt good afterwards, they still require a certain level of energy to get to it. It was exerting energy. And so the first step for me going back into manifestation, when I got to a point of depleting it, it couldn't look like what it looked like for me before in terms of grounding. So I started with something very simple. I made a commitment to myself. So the first step for me in manifestation is accountability, right? So I made a commitment of accountability to myself to say every morning I'm going to take 10 to 15 minutes. A lot of gurus say they start with 7 minutes, but I wanted to push myself and say 10, because I'm like, if I can't give myself 10 minutes of my time when I first wake up. So that's what I said, 10 to 15 minutes when I first wake up. And if for you, 10 to 15 minutes too much, I would say give yourself 7 minutes. When you first wake up, before anything else, I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not going to pull out the kids' clothes. I'm not making breakfast. I'm taking 7 minutes to breathe, to focus on my breathing, to grounding. I do something with my son called Play-Doh breath, where you imagine that you have some Play-Doh and you breathing in and you roll in the Play-Doh. So I'm first getting in the morning, I'm moving my body, I'm getting into the movement, I'm feeling my fingertips, that's stimulating my right and my left brain, right? So I'm starting with that. And then I'm stretching my Play-Doh. That's when I'm breathing in. And I hold, and when I compress my Play-Doh back to a ball, when I'm back again, I'm feeling my fingertips. And so that's the first step for me with manifestation and my intention setting every day. I take intentional time in the morning to just be with myself and my body and my breath. And I made that commitment to do that before everybody else. And that requires me to also wake up before everybody else. And so in order for me to do that, I started to say, I need to go to sleep on time, or at an earlier time, or a better time than I was doing, because I oftentimes found myself not clear about my intentions and not able to go from intention to manifestation because I was too exhausted to even see. So the first step for me is just calming down and taking a moment to not touch my phone, because one thing to be true in all of this, what you believe about yourself is the reality that you create. And when you, in India, she said, when you say it to yourself, you're the first to hear. So speak life, speak truth, so speak those things into yourself. When you think you're the first one to hear it before it ever comes out your mouth. And so that I would take all of that. We do Keita, we do we do Nabila, and just we start with those things by taking those 7 to 15 minutes in the morning before the rest of the world wakes up to really focus intentionally on you.
Thank you guys so much. If you guys could come off mute or drop in the chat and show so much love and gratitude for these 4 amazing women who came in and poured into us. I know we all took notes, and I feel like some overall themes are reshares. You know, the first is accepting that you are worthy, right? And this is in no particular order, I'm just reading. Accepting that you are worthy, that and liberating yourself is living a liberated life is an intentional life, right? There's a level of honesty that we require, and dismantling the beliefs of our limitations on what's possible. Being honest about what you want. Intention requires action. And you know, having a ritual, exploring what's getting in the way of us executing, and gratitude for where we are now so that we can accept where we're going. And just a small note, personally, you mentioned you need 10 to 15 minutes. Listen, Cheyenne needs 2 hours. I think Nabila said the same thing. And it includes breakfast. Like I have a lot of things calm me down because I work in politics. So things are moving always fast. And it's just myself and my husband. And so I wake up 2 hours before I get 10 Zoom meetings in one day. And I clean a few dishes. I'll drink some tea. I'm reading this book called The Resolution for Women. So read a chapter. I'll write in my journal. And I'm noticing when I don't do that hour and a half ritual, sometimes I'm just sitting down doing nothing, staring at the window. If I don't do that, my whole day is off. If I look at my phone first because I've seen so many emails come through, my whole day is off, and I'm finding myself trying to get back. Just get back. Sometimes I have to stop. Like, okay, you know what? I didn't get to take a shower in the middle of these Zooms. So I'm like, you know what? I can't get on. I'll go and then come back. And I think that what I'm hearing and what I'm receiving is that there's a level of like self, right? Like there's a level of self-control that's required. And even going against, I think one of you mentioned, excuse me for not remembering, like, you know, accountability. I'm accountable for what I give myself and what I deny myself. And in one conversation I had a long time ago, I was like, why am I feel like I could have been talking to Tiffany. I don't know. Why am I denying myself from the very things that I need? Like if I know I'm thirsty, why am I not going to get water? I'm just gonna sit there thirsty. And so there's a level of accountability that I was thinking. So I want to thank you guys. Thank you. This has been such a day of just, I am so full. I am so full. The first panel was about healthy relationships, where we learn how to communicate, we learn how to create boundaries, we learn how to identify toxicity, we learn how to identify our own toxicity, we learn how to identify what is a healthy communication. Then we went into self-love through journaling, self-love through self-pleasure. We went on a nice break and vibe to Erykah Badu, and then we came back with liberating ourselves through intention and manifesting. If you think about it, in this long story that's been told today, the self has been the main word, right? Communications, boundaries, all of those start with ourself. Healthy relationships start with the relationship with yourself. Self-love starts with yourself. Intention setting and manifestation starts with yourself. And I am so thankful for you guys. And as we enter into our next space, which is going to be led by Tiffany for Sister Share Out. In this space, we allow folks to share your businesses, projects, community offerings, and I'll let Tiffany lead us in that. And I thank you so much. Thank you, Cocc Coalition, for this amazing women. I'm getting introduced to so many amazing women. You guys start seeing me following you on Instagram. I'm not stalking you. I'm just trying to attach myself to more, you know, and I'm thankful for you guys. Tiffany.
Well, first off, I want to say thank you, Cheyenne, for joining this space and creating this space and pouring into the space and loving the space. MCing is not just like a random thing that people can do. You have to have gifting to hold people together and engage them and love them and allow them to feel welcome. So we just thank you so much for being here, and not only just being in the MC role, but also like engaging with the content, with you know, the workshops and pouring into yourself. You know, the best leadership is like leaders who love and work on themselves in alignment with the community, right? So it's never about putting yourself on a pedestal, making yourself like the expert, as if you don't have space to grow. And so I just appreciate you for coming here and being in this space and sharing with us. So for all of you who are still here, thank you so much for, you know, being in the space with us. Very typical of our events, we do sister share out. And so it's important for us, for folks to know that they have something to contribute and that it's okay to ask for things as well. For those who have to sign off, I just want to say thank you so much again for coming. Make sure to subscribe to our website if you're not, so you can stay in the loop of what Cocco's doing. So go to cocccoalition.org. You can become a donor. We're always looking for more monthly donors. You can become a one-time donor. We're looking for volunteers. So if there's other ways that you want to get involved and support, just share what we're doing, feel free. So go ahead and look at our website. Whatever you did today, if you can like write a post or a story and just tag Cocco, we absolutely would love that, okay? So for Sister Share Out, we love to just give the opportunity for folks to share any of their takeaways from the day. Share any takeaways from the day. But if you have a business, if you have a project, if you have a skill, if you have a talent, if there's something that you're passionate about with sharing with the community, we want to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. And this is not just for the speakers and panelists, this is for everyone, to introduce yourself, share the thing that you want to share. You can just raise your hand, or if you don't feel like you have anything that you want to offer, but you're looking for sisterhood and connection, you're looking for help in some area of your life, we also like to use this space for that as well, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and start with Kenda. Go ahead, sis, and share what it is you want to share.
Thank you. I actually have a ask, which is so I'm the head of HR for a mobile gaming company, and I want to become involved in more mentorship opportunities. I would love if it were specifically oriented towards Black girls. And I don't know where to start. So if anybody has any ideas to share on that, I'll drop my Instagram in chat. I think that's the easy way to connect with me, and I'll do my mobile as well because I can be reached through WhatsApp. So would just love to hear if anybody has ideas for mentorship opportunities.
Okay, well, thank you for that one. Two, so folks may not necessarily know, Cocco is actually dropping a mentorship program this spring for early career folks. So folks that are like in college, just getting out of college, with more seasoned folks. But Cheyenne has a lot of connections to community programs as well. So I'm sure that she can connect with you. And then other folks might have, Jazz might have some connection to mentorship programs, but we'll definitely make sure that you get connected to being able to pour into someone. Are you looking to mentor, or are you looking to be mentored?
To mentor, and that's partly why I mentioned my position, because I think, for example, like getting involved in the tech space, could be hugely helpful. But yeah, just don't. I do it on an individual basis to a certain degree, but would love to do something more systematic and organized.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
And I'm in the Bay Area. I work mostly remotely. I would love for it to be an in-person opportunity, but open to remote as well.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for sharing that. And we'll Black woman in the tech space. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Destiny.
Everyone, I'm Destiny Owens, and I really thoroughly enjoyed the conference. So many takeaways, so many notes here in my notebook. I also want to share that I'm launching an education consulting company focused on helping schools strategically navigate the substitute teacher shortage. In my career, I was an educator for 10 years. So.
Awesome. Destiny, can you drop your contact info in the chat, please?
Yes.
Thanks, sis. Okay.
Thank you.
Asaniti?
Hello, it's Asante.
Asante. Okay, I'm sorry, sis.
No, you're not the first, and you definitely won't be the last. But thank you so much for providing this space. I'm actually sitting here with my 14-year-old daughter, and we were able to listen in and to just see her, like, even share her experience as the guest speakers were talking. I'm like, 14 years old, you paying attention? Okay, all right. So thank you so much for providing this space. My daughter and I are mental wellness and Alzheimer's awareness advocates, and we specialize in gratitude products that help reduce stress, depression, anxiety, increase self-love, boost memory, and improve your overall mental wellness. So I wanted to share that you can find us at puzzled2020.com or on social media at puzzled2020. When the lady was talking about having a gratitude attitude, I was just over here like, oh my God, yes. People don't understand the power of being grateful on a daily basis. And because my daughter and I recognized this when we lost everything, we turned it into a business and really created these gratitude products. So we have a gratitude journal with meditation music and a gratitude bank that comes with a pen, 50 grateful cards, and again, meditation music. And feel free to check us out at Puzzle 2020.
Thank you so much, sis. And if you could drop your contact in the chat, that would be absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Anyone else want to share any projects, any passions, any thing that they're trying to learn and just put it out there to community and see if they can get connected to anything, or just any takeaways from today?
I'll go for it, Tamara.
So I just really enjoyed today. There was a point where my phone died and I missed a portion of it, and I'm very sad about it. So I'll have to catch it on the replay. But it just was a really beautiful day, and I am grateful for everyone who shared and the intention that was put behind putting this together, and everyone that you brought together today. I don't really have a thing to share in terms of, I don't have a business, but I'm a connector. I like to connect people, and I like to connect folks to opportunities. And, so to the extent that, there's partnership opportunities across some of the platforms that I happen to be on, I really think that this is an important message, and I can kind of see some, partnership opportunities in the wellness and mental health and those types of things across some of the organizations that I'm a part of. And just, I don't know, I have a personal connection to Tiffany, so I'll probably talk with her offline to try to see if there's some sort of partnership opportunity or some way that I can try to help connect folks or increase the platform or something like that. I don't know. I'm just thinking, and I just really think it's a very important message, and I just felt like sharing that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, go for it,
I'd
Mom.
like to share. Hi, I'm Mahogany. I live in the Bay Area, and I'm a restorative justice facilitator for a middle school. And something that I'm currently thinking about is like how to just create more restorative spaces for Black women to come together and build community. And also with Black girls, I just started a girl group, and just a boundaries workshop and healthy relationships just really spoke to me, not only personally, but just for them, because I deal with so many conflicts working with them. them, and just like I'm just like they just don't have the skills and how to like communicate and how to set and maintain and their boundaries and how to express their emotions. And so just thinking about how to utilize that information to, I don't know, create like workshops or just like something for them to be able to help them like build these skills and practice them with each other. So that's what I'm like thinking about as I'm walking away from today. And I'm just so grateful to be in this space with Black women. Like my heart and my spirit just feels so full. And if you have any ideas, if you're in the Bay Area and want to connect on anything that I talked about, I'll drop my like Instagram and email in the chat. And I'm connected to Black girls because I do work for a middle school, as I said. So if you're looking to do work or anything like that, please contact me.
Thank you so much, Mahogany. One thing that's so special about Coco is oftentimes we have like a lot of intimate events, so we get to know the folks that come up. So I think, is this your first Coco event?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. I was like, I don't know, I think I've ever seen your name before. So welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So we appreciate you. And our headquarters essentially is like in the Bay. So even though we do, this is a virtual event and we like target mental health stuff in California, our in-person stuff is going to be back in the Bay now that the world is open. So some of these folks, you definitely, they'll definitely probably connect with you. And we want y'all to connect, on Instagram or wherever. When we have in-person events, like we always say, we want everybody to leave with one new sister friend. It's a little bit different or harder virtually because I literally force people in person to like meet somebody. I can't do that virtually, but my hope is that you follow somebody and reach out to them and just say, hey sis, I saw you at the Cocc virtual conference. Hope that we can connect or something like that. Okay. Okay, Leandra.
Hi, Leandria here. I just wanted to offer that I am a grant writer, an independent grant writer. I also do social media communications management. So if anybody out there needs assistance or is looking for a grant writer that comes with a perspective that is very much oriented to authentically telling the story of your organization in a way that is not just powerful, but meaningful and, truthful to everybody, and also uplifts communities. So if you are looking for services in that, a lot of my clients consist of Black women, Black men, seniors. But yeah, so if you guys need any support in that aspect of grant writing or social media management, I'm happy to support. I'll drop my email in the chat.
How modest is she? I mean, because she's only our social media manager and has done grant writing. See, that lets you know about her character. She ain't even about to be bragging, okay? But thank you so much, sis, for showing up. Okay, Francia.
Yes, okay. Hold on, let me try to get myself together here. Hi, everybody. Okay. So I'm Francia, and this is my first time doing this conference. And I wanted to thank you all just for the time and the space. I was doing it with 3 little ones running around, and so I had my camera off the whole time. I just got a chance to lock myself in the bedroom. My husband came home, but my favorite part was just, all of it, but I especially love just the journaling portion and finding that picture of myself the last time, I felt like this joy and stuff like that. So that was really nice. And so I appreciate just everybody sharing and just the opportunity to have space for myself. I almost didn't sign up because I was like, there's no way I'm gonna have 3 kids here. And it's not gonna happen. But I still was able to, even running back and forth, still get a lot out of it. So thank you all very much. I am a therapist, a maternal mental health therapist. And I also do mommy wellness boxes. I'll put my information in the chat if anyone's interested. And just wanted to say thank you so much.
Yeah, girl, I'm gonna add you to my referral list. Are you in California?
I'm in California, in Los Angeles. Yeah.
And we have like a lot of mommy stuff that we do. We have a Black Mothers Matters brunch. So and that's based gonna be in Oakland. So you know, when we started, the founders, we didn't have children. Now 2 out of 3 of us have children. And so we have created a whole lane to, you know, make sure that mommies feel inclusive in this healing work. So definitely tapping
Okay, I love it. I tried to get my sister to join. She lives in Concord, but she wasn't able to join. But
Okay, no
I'll
problem.
my
We'll be in touch, boo. Thank you so much, Anjani.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I could turn my camera on. I'm sorry, I look a hot mess.
No,
but
you don't.
I haven't got out of bed yet today, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate this. I initially came across the conference on Instagram a couple of months ago. I am a new mom, and I was just like looking for like connection, like a community basically outside of my son, because that's my community. And so I appreciate this because I definitely needed it, because I've kind of been in isolation with like postpartum and all of that jazz. But I really appreciate the self-love and journaling prompts and things like that. Like it was definitely necessary.
Well, sending you hugs and thank you so much. We have a lot of mommies on here right now in the conference. So, you know, feel free if you are on social media and you want to drop your information. And, you know, most folks that come to Cocc stuff, they're like very open to connecting. There's been a lot of women that come, they end up building friendships and business partnerships and like so much stuff. So when I say like, come and ask, you know, you never know who has space to like connect with you and build community with you, sis. So thank you so much. And yeah, she was one of the folks that originally signed up and we had to, you know, reschedule. So just thank you for showing up, sis, for yourself and contributing to community.
Thank you. I'm also in the Bay Area. I'm in San Francisco.
Oh, okay, awesome. Well, yep, Tamara, I think she's trying to send you a message. Okay, Jazz, you want to go ahead and go, sis?
I do so much stuff, so I was like, do I want to say share what I do? But then I heard about mommy boxes, and Jasmine, who is also a Cocc founder, was hitting me up about putting some stuff in boxes. So I have a I have a holistic wellness brand called Goddess Butter Oakland, and we specialize in a multi-use luxury shea butter. Goddess Butter will be relaunching in April. Goddess Butter is unlike any other shea butter on the market because we specialize in creating therapeutic and healing blends through therapeutic grade essential oils and informational wellness tags on our products. So each butter is designed to specifically target an ailment on the body, or to really just assist in aromatherapy and holistic wellness. So for that box that you're creating for the moms, I'd love to contribute. The website is goddessbutteroakland.com. I'm going to drop it in the comments. And then also the reason I didn't speak up on my offerings and my skills, because I'm currently, I went back to school and I'm focusing on becoming a doctor of osteopathic medicine. So I'm doing pre-med, prerequisite programming right now. I just came back from Cuba focusing on the medical system. So I'm working, when we talk about being honest and respecting and honoring ourselves, is to not overcommit. But I have allowed myself to do a couple projects this year, specifically working on educational consulting, training organizations, coming in and doing PDs, and then also working with young Black women. So for the organizations that are working with young girls as it was mentioned in my long bio, I was the founder of a school called Emerge, working with sexually and commercially exploited young women under the direction of Dr. Monique Morris as well. So, I mean, that's all right up my alley. So just hit me up, or I'm down to have accountability partner and go for walks, hikes, all that for the new moms. I'm getting baby fever, but I'm not approaching that. So if you want somebody to just come sit and hold your baby, I'll hold your baby. And I wanted to say this was a great space. I didn't get to be in the conference all day, but for the short time that I was there, I missed this. We need this. I can't wait to do this in person. For the folks that I know that's still here, it's so good to see you outside of Instagram and Facebook comments. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of their day, because I definitely feel charged.
Thank you. Thank you. Was there anyone else that wanted to share anything? Not, I'll share, and then we'll go into our closing affirmation. So I dropped my website, TiffanyWrightMSW.com. I do a couple of things. I have my empowerment platform, the Be Life. I host a podcast centered on growth and transformation called The Shift is Real. I recently launched a YouTube channel called The Mindful Corner that has like meditation, Zen, Solfego music. So that's on my website. And then I have a host of journals and books and things of that nature. So I also just included my Amazon link, my bookstore. I have gratitude journals, I have self-love journals, self-love books, identity workbooks, so many things. And then I have a private practice. I am a therapist. So I focus on grief, trauma, identity, esteem, and eating disorders. I'm based in California, but I can also have a license in Texas. So, anybody looking for therapy, also hit me up. And yeah, that's that. So, now that we have concluded that, we'd love to close the day out with an affirmation. So I'm going to pull up our affirmation. Okay.
Tiffany, I sent you a chat.
You sent me a chat. Okay.
Can you look at it really quickly?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, this is Jasmine. Ooh, I don't know what happened to the windows. Okay, there we go. I guess we can. Okay, actually, we're gonna do announcements and then affirmations, so then y'all could just walk in peace. Okay, so yes, thank you, Jasmine. All right, so this is Jasmine. Hey, Jasmine. She's COO of Cocc Coalition. So she has some announcements for us.
Hey, everybody. My name is Jasmine McGee. I am the COO, as Tiffany said, which means that I make sure the organization stays afloat. That is my job. So I'm going to put some things in the chat. I hope you all enjoyed it. I was talking to Cheyenne earlier, and she was like, wow, Jasmine, it's been 5 years. Like, it's really been 8. We started doing this event like almost a decade, which is like mind-blowing to me. We started doing events in reaction to the Sandra Bland murder that happened, to give Black women a safe space to decompress and to talk about what it meant for us to be slain, because we normally hold space when our men are slain. But Sandra Bland was one of the first times it was us on a national level. And what that catapulted to is this. And so I am just internally grateful for the spaces that we get to hold for Black women as a Black woman. Dropped a few things in the chat. I've been sprinkling them in throughout the day. If you want to join our mailing list, that's the first link in the chat right now. We send out a mailing list, like a newsletter about once a month. So if you want to just stay in connection with us and see what's going on, the mailing list is a great place to insert yourself. If you want to become a one-time or a monthly donor, that's the second link in the chat, and it goes straight to our donation page. And so you can bookmark that if you are interested in becoming a donor. The third is if you want to get Okay, 1 second. If you want to get involved as a mentor, if you for the therapist in the space, if you want to join us as a Julia, thank you. If you want to join us as a subject matter expert, there's space for that. As a mentor, there's space for that. As a participant, so there's 100 different ways that you can participate with us. So that's the third link. And then the very last link is we are turning 5 as an organization. We are having a very swanky rooftop party in Oakland the very last day of April. Tickets are on sale right now. And so you can either come, we will have a silent option that's virtual. I don't want to compete with your voice right now. Okay. So you can either come as a participant, you can participate in a virtual silent auction. We are still looking for sponsors, and you can also make donations to that page. So everything that you need to participate, if you want to, in our 5-year celebration is available in that last link. And I think that's it. Tiffany, back over to you.
Okay, awesome. In addition to that, programmatically, we are launching a mentorship program this spring, as I mentioned. So all of our volunteer information is on the website. We have the annual scholarship that we give out, 3 $1,000 scholarships for undergraduate students who are pursuing careers in mental health, civic engagement, and/or arts. That launches every summer. And then we're actually launching mental health groups at the end of this year. We have a goal of being able to offer free group therapy groups to women throughout California and beyond. So we're looking forward to that. All right, so affirmation. Let's take a couple of deep breaths. And we're going to close out with this beautiful affirmation. So I'll read, and I mean, you can keep yourself muted and just, say it for yourself if you want, or say it internally. Every day I create new possibilities in my life. I deserve to live a life where I am whole, healthy, safe, and free. I love myself enough to be intentional with my energy and resources. I am breaking cycles of self-neglect and spiritual struggle. I respect my mind, body, and spirit, and surrender to what my intuition says I need. I receive the best life has to offer. I accept the power of my choices. I am open to pleasure, abundance, and prosperity. I am divine, and I know that this is so. Ashe. We thank you so much for your love, for your space, for your intentionality, for your openness. If there is anything that you have questions about, you can feel free to email us. Following up from this, we will email out information around the speakers, how you can get in contact with them. We'll be emailing out some resources for you to continue doing this work for yourself. And yeah, that's it. Thank you everyone so much. We hope that you have a blessed weekend and that you continue to take the grounding exercises and the tools that you got from today and really actually apply them in your life, because of course that's the intention. We love you. We appreciate you. And this will be available on YouTube, and we will also be sending the link out for that. So if you need to see the replay or if you want to forward it to anyone. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Have a blessed weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you.